The Vampire's Bride, a vampire werewolf paranormal romance audiobook prologue. Everyone always assumes that if a vampire and a werewolf can't fall in love, it is because we are natural enemies. Our two species being so different lends some level of truth to this misconception. Vampires are cold, calculating predators, skilled in the art of manipulation, which makes our wolves wary. And we wolves are seen by them as unrefined creatures, no better than wild animals. So, you'd think our opposed nature was the root of the issue, and it's what I used to believe too, except it isn't. There is a very real, though hardly ever told, reason why a vampire and wolf can't be together, and it has nothing to do with misconceptions and stereotypes. This is the story of how I found out about the truth, much, much too late. One present day, towering arrangements of midnight blue and blood-red flowers line the pathway leading to the great doors of the mansion, their petals almost luminous under the moonlight that bathes the elegantly decorated garden. My long gown trails behind me as I make my way to the entrance, keeping my head down as I try to ignore the vibrations of my phone, well hidden inside the small purse I've been allowed to bring along. It just won't stop buzzing, and I'd put it on silence, except I worry about attracting attention. How dare a human look at her iPhone in a moment like this? Besides, I know exactly who's calling, and I can't even stand to look at his name on my screen. Not now. I try to pinpoint the scent I was specifically trained to find amongst the crowd. It's difficult. The smell of decay sticking to most vampires is pungent here in a crowd full of them. But I cannot let my unease show. I cannot let anything show. Why is this one not accompanied? I hear a woman say before I see her pointing a well-manicured finger towards me with a perplexed frown. Well, there goes not attracting attention. I pick up my pace, glancing at my surroundings, hoping to spot a familiar face, but with no luck. I'm alone amongst predators, and they've unfortunately noticed. Two vampire men, dressed in impeccable suits, are suddenly in my way, towering over me. It doesn't help that I'm particularly short, a fact no high heel was able to cover. "Where's your master, human?" one of the vampires asks with a kind, attentive smile, which doesn't match his cold, calculating stare. I bite my lip briefly before remembering that drawing blood is the last thing I need to be doing right now around here. "Somewhere around here," I reply with a polite incline of the head. I then proceed to move away, but my efforts are immediately thwarted. "Stay where you are." Upon hearing the words, my movements immediately feel weighted, like my entire body has been draped in lead. Just my luck that I managed to attract the attention of a vampire skilled in the art of compulsion. Very few of them are anymore, and this one isn't the most skilled I've encountered, but he's not the worst. His command takes effect over me as I freeze in my tracks. It's what a regular human would have reacted differently, and I can't let anyone know I'm not a regular human. "She isn't particularly pretty," one of the vampires observes critically. "No, she isn't," his friend replies with a smirk. "She's probably not very important. I doubt anyone will miss her." I gulp. They're not entirely wrong, and while I have no doubt I can get myself out of this mess safely, doing so without blowing my cover seems less likely. I am the worst double agent in existence. This is my first undercover event, and I'm already seconds away from ruining it. A hand reaches toward me, and I'm debating what to do when a familiar voice cuts through the tension. "What do you think you're doing?" The tone is bored and indifferent, yet my attacker immediately freezes, his hand inches away from my face, suddenly looking like he's staring death in the eye. Damon is moving toward our little group at an unhurried pace, his presence all elegant grace and lethal smiles, as overwhelming as ever. My prince, one of them says, inclining his head. Do you know this girl? Damon's blue gaze descends upon me, making me gulp. For a moment, it looks like he's going to deny it, but then, I should hope so. She is my bride-to-be, after all. My shoulders sag in relief. Before I remember, I shouldn't have been able to move at all. Quickly catching on, Damon sends me a warning glance. Your bride? The vampire interrupts himself, sending his companion a wary look. My apologies, my prince, he says with yet another bow. I wasn't aware you'd chosen a bride. Damon doesn't gratify the man with an answer, making the vampire look like he swallowed something particularly sour. Please feel free to move, my lady, he tells me with a sheepish look, freeing me of his compulsion without taking his eyes off them. Damon takes my hand in his and leads me away from my aggressors with such poise you'd think nothing particular had just happened. But then, as we're about to enter the ballroom, he brings his lips to my ear. Did one of them touch you? His fingers clench around mine, betraying deceptively well-hidden anger. His face couldn't be more impassive, though. No, they didn't, I reply, confused. Good. My mind draws blank. Why is he asking me this? Why would he even care? It's not like we're actually together. I don't have time to think about it as we enter the ballroom under the appraising gaze of this country's entire vampire elite. Try not to trip again, Damon whispers, leading me down a flight of stairs. That happened just once, I grumble, dressed in a silvery gown that cascades around my feet, intricate lace clinging to my arms and shoulders. I feel every bit the parody of the princesses from my childhood stories as I'm abruptly pulled into the lap of my prince, like I'm nothing more than cheap entertainment. The truth is, he is not my prince, but my master, and the vampire court gathered around us tonight, whose eyes have been following my every step since we arrived, has ensured I did not forget it. Disdain and mockery are evident across every single gaze I receive. Ice-cold fingers trace the edge of my wrist, and I suppress a shiver. The room is opulent, chandeliers casting glittering light over marble floors and gilded walls. Every detail screams wealth and power, but it feels suffocating. The air is thick with unspoken threats and centuries-old hierarchies. Damon's grip on my hand tightens slightly, a silent reminder of the role I must play. I force a smile, though it feels brittle, and tilt my chin upward, pretending confidence I don't feel. Around us, vampires whisper behind gloved hands, their sharp gazes dissecting me like I'm some kind of curiosity on display. The music swells, a haunting melody played by an unseen orchestra, and Damon rises, pulling me effortlessly to my feet. He leads me onto the dance floor, his movements fluid and practiced. As we begin to dance, his hand settles firmly at the small of my back, guiding me with precision. Stay close, he murmurs, his voice low enough that only I can hear. Don't speak unless spoken to, and for God's sake, try to look like you belong here. His words sting, but I nod minutely, knowing he's right. I don't belong here, not truly, not among these creatures who could crush me with a thought if they knew the truth. The weight of their stares presses down on me, each pair of eyes a potential threat. Damon's presence is both a shield and a cage, and I find myself torn between gratitude and resentment. He spins me gracefully, and I catch glimpses of faces watching us, some amused, others calculating. There's a woman with crimson hair and a gown that seems to shimmer like blood. Her lips curl into a smirk as she watches us pass. Beside her stands a man with silver hair and eyes that gleam like polished steel. They exchange a glance, and I feel a chill run down my spine. Something about them sets off alarms in my mind, but I can't place why. As the dance continues, Damon leans closer, his breath warm against my ear. "You're holding up well," he says, his tone almost teasing, "though your pulse gives you away." I stiffen slightly, but say nothing. Of course he can hear it, the rapid thudding of my heart betraying my fear. It's infuriating how easily he reads me, how effortlessly he sees through my carefully constructed facade. Still, I force myself to relax, to match his calm demeanor. If I want to survive this night, and the many nights that will follow, I need to learn from him. When the song ends, Damon escorts me off the floor, his arms still possessively around my waist. We stop near a cluster of vampires, engaged in quiet conversation, and one of them turns to acknowledge us. It's the silver-haired man from earlier, his gaze piercing as it lands on me. "Ah, Damon," he says, his voice smooth and measured. "Introduce us to your lovely companion." Damon's expression doesn't change, but I sense a subtle shift in his energy, a tightening of control. "This is Ilara," he says simply, offering no further explanation. The man raises an eyebrow but doesn't press, instead extending a hand toward me. "It's a pleasure, Ilara," he says, his tone polite but laced with something darker, something predatory. I hesitate for a fraction of a second before placing my hand in his. His skin is cool, unnaturally so, and his grip is firmer than necessary. "The pleasure is mine," I reply, injecting just enough sweetness into my voice to mask my unease. He studies me for a moment longer, then releases my hand with a faint smile that doesn't reach his eyes. "You'll forgive me if I say you're unexpected," he remarks, glancing at Damon, "but intriguing nonetheless." Before either of us can respond, he turns back to his companions, effectively dismissing us. Damon steers me away, his jaw clenched ever so slightly. "Be careful around him," he mutters under his breath. "He's dangerous, even by our standards." I nod, filing the warning away, even as my mind races with questions. Who is he? What does he want? And why does Damon seem so uneasy in his presence? The evening stretches on, a blur of strained conversations and veiled threats. Each interaction feels like walking a tightrope, one misstep away from disaster. Yet, somehow, I manage to keep my composure, mimicking Damon's detached elegance as best I can. By the time the clock strikes midnight, I'm exhausted, my nerves frayed to their limit. Damon notices, of course, he always does, and excuses us shortly afterward, claiming fatigue on my behalf. As we leave the ballroom, the cool night air hits me like a balm, soothing the tension coiled in my chest. Damon walks beside me in silence, his strides long and purposeful. For a moment, I consider thanking him, but the words die on my lips. This isn't kindness, it's strategy. He needs me to maintain my cover, just as much as I need him to survive. Still, as we step into the shadows of the palace gardens, I allow myself a brief moment of vulnerability. "Why did you intervene earlier?" I ask softly, breaking the silence. Damon pauses, turning to look at me, His expression is unreadable, his eyes reflecting the moonlight like twin pools of ice. "Because you're mine to protect," he says finally, his voice devoid of emotion, "and because failure isn't an option for either of us." With that, he resumes walking, leaving me to trail behind, his words echoing in my mind. The smooth glide of a hand travels up my exposed thigh, left bare by the daring slit of my gown. A low, sultry voice whispers into my ear, "For crying out loud, Chloe, this is supposed to be sexy. Can you at least pretend like you're a little into it?" I twist slightly in his grasp, attempting to sound assertive, but failing miserably. "How do you even know how I look? You're sitting behind me." Damon's warm breath brushes against my neck as he leans closer, his tone teasing and petulant. "I don't need to see you. You're as rigid as a statue." His teeth graze my skin, not quite fangs yet, sharp enough to send a shiver through me. It takes every ounce of willpower not to squirm under his touch. His body presses firmly against mine, making it nearly impossible to focus on anything else. One would have to be blind not to find him attractive, and he knows it. Since we'd first met, Damon had made a game of flirting with me, clearly entertained by my discomfort. My gaze drifts away from him, scanning the opulent mansion where tonight's ball is being held. The grandeur around us evokes images of a lavish court from another era, filled with vampires sipping politely from crystal goblets, or, in some cases, directly from their human companions. A chill runs down my spine as I imagine myself in their place. It could easily happen. Everyone here expects it, after all. "Relax," Damon murmurs, bringing my wrist to his lips for a gentle kiss. "I promised I wouldn't bite, didn't I?" His words offer little comfort. He did promise, yes, but promises can be broken. His arms tighten around me possessively, pulling me closer. "People are watching," he says softly, his voice laced with warning. "And you looking close to tears isn't helping." I bite my lip, feeling more uneasy than ever. Everyone expects a certain demeanor from me, gratefulness, bordering on reverence for being allowed to sit on the great Damon Cromwell's lap. But it's hard to fake enthusiasm when I feel nothing of the sort. "Sorry," I mumble, avoiding his piercing gaze. He tilts his head, waiting expectantly. When I hesitate, he scratches his throat pointedly, reminding me of what I've forgotten. "I didn't mean to embarrass you, Master," I correct myself, forcing the word out despite the bile rising in my throat. I try to make it sound adoring, though it likely comes across flat. "Good girl," Damon replies with a satisfied grin, his fingers squeezing my upper thigh. I suppress a yelp, clenching my fists tightly to maintain composure. If someone had told me just days ago that I, Chloe, would become a vampire's bride, I wouldn't have believed them. To a calculating predator like Damon, devoid of emotions beyond amusement or hunger, there's no greater prize or prey than his chosen bride. Brides exist solely to serve their masters, paraded about as glorified blood bags while receiving wealth and status in return. I despise the concept. I never imagined I'd end up here, serving as someone's trophy. I was raised to fear this world, and for good reason. I am a werewolf, something no one at this grotesque masquerade must ever discover. "Come," Damon says abruptly, pulling me to my feet. His commanding presence parts the crowd effortlessly, like a dark ship cutting through calm waters. "We're going to dance." His long fingers press coldly against the small of my back as he leads me toward the center of the room. Though not as cold as his icy blue gaze, the music swells, and I place a hand on his shoulder, following the steps I've only recently been taught. Eyes are on us, some envious, some calculating, and others pitying, as we execute this mockery of intimacy. I think we should keep a low profile, I murmur as he dips me toward the ground. We're too exposed. Everyone is staring. Damon flashes me a brilliant smile. Comes with the job, he says smoothly. I sigh. Damon might be used to the spotlight, but I'm not liking it one bit. Under the brilliant lights and amidst the swirling gowns, the monsters at this party wear no masks. How did I end up here, one might ask? Only a few days ago, I was still patrolling the streets of my town, fighting vampires, and now I'm dancing the night away in a ballroom full of them. 10 days ago, Vivian tells me, "You're late," instead of a greeting when I finally find her in a dark street corner half an hour past our rendezvous point. Her red hair is tied back into a severe-looking ponytail, and her dark sports clothes couldn't be more casual, yet she somehow still manages to look like a supermodel. However, her good looks have nothing to do with her being the beta of my pack. She's one of the strongest and most cunning wolves I know. Sorry, I mumble, looking for an excuse because the truth just won't cut it. I thought you were going to pull a Jake, she says, heading for a crossroads at a hurried pace. I trail after her, trying to figure out what she means by that, but mostly relieved about not having to justify my delay. You mean you were afraid I wasn't going to show? Vivian smirks. No, I thought you'd just be hours late, drunk, and accompanied by a hooker. I bite my lip, weighing my words. I know Jake isn't the most reliable member of our pack, but I doubt he'd ever do that to Vivian, and not just because she's our leader's second in command. Still, I mumble apologetically. I'm sure you'd feel better if he were here instead of me. Vivian tenses as we turn a dark corner. I'd feel better if Harry was feeling better, she grumbles, avoiding giving me an answer. That mating bond of his has been a real nightmare. Vivian has had to handle most, if not all, of Harry's alpha duties ever since he's been mated, which hasn't been easy for her. Being an alpha gives a wolf almost limitless authority over others, a tactical advantage Vivian hasn't benefited from by proxy ever since our leader has been down for the count. Though that's hardly Harry's fault. He needs some time to recover. When he broke his bond, it almost killed him, I argue. Mating bonds are sacred to us wolves, and once one is formed, it's extremely rare to see it being broken, as we rarely survive the separation. It's true for regular mating bonds, and even more so for fated bonds like the one between my alpha and his mate, Emma. Yes, well, you broke your bond with your fated mate, and I don't see you on the brink of death, Vivian says, putting a hand on my shoulder and giving me an affectionate look. I'm proud of you, you know. The memory of that day still lingers, sharp and vivid. Breaking my bond wasn't something I'd planned or wanted, but it was necessary for both of us. My fated mate, Damen, was never meant to be mine. Our connection was a cruel twist of fate, tying me to someone who could never truly belong to me. The pain of severing that bond was unbearable, but surviving it felt like a miracle. And though Vivian praises me, I can't help but wonder if she sees the cracks beneath the surface. The scars may have healed, but the ache remains. Vivian doesn't dwell on it, though. She's always been practical, focusing on the present rather than the past. Let's move, she says, shaking off the momentary softness. We've got work to do. We pick up the pace, weaving through the shadows of the city. The streets are quieter than usual, the kind of quiet that makes your skin prickle. Something feels off, but I can't quite put my finger on it. Vivian seems to sense it too. Her posture is rigid, her senses on high alert. Do you smell that? She asks suddenly, stopping in her tracks. I take a deep breath, letting the air fill my lungs. There's a faint trace of something metallic, something unnatural. Blood, I say quietly. And something else. Vivian nods, her expression grim. Vampires, she confirms. They're close. We exchange a glance, silently communicating our next move. This wasn't part of the plan. We'd come out tonight to scout, to gather information about the growing vampire presence in the area. But now, it seems, we're walking straight into their territory. Stay sharp, Vivian warns, her voice barely above a whisper. If they're hunting, we need to be ready. The tension between us thickens as we creep forward, every step deliberate, every movement calculated. The scent grows stronger, mingling with the dampness of the night. My wolf stirs beneath my skin, restless and eager. It's been too long since I fought, too long since I've let my instincts take over. But this isn't the time for recklessness. If we're outnumbered, we'll need to rely on strategy, not brute force. We round another corner, and there they are. 3 vampires, their pale faces illuminated by the dim glow of a flickering street lamp. They're huddled together, speaking in low tones, their movements sharp and predatory. One of them turns his head slightly, catching a whiff of our presence. His eyes lock onto ours, and a slow, dangerous smile spreads across his face. "Well, well," he drawls, stepping forward. "What do we have here?" Vivian steps in front of me, shielding me with her body. "Keep your distance," she growls, her voice laced with warning. The vampire chuckles, unfazed. "Or what? You'll sick your little puppy on me?" He tilts his head, studying us with an arrogance that makes my blood boil. "You wolves are all the same, so territorial, so predictable." Before I can react, Vivian lunges, her movements a blur. The vampire barely has time to register the attack before she's on him, her claws sinking into his chest. The other 2 spring into action, their speed staggering. I shift instinctively, my wolf form emerging in a flash of fur and teeth. The fight becomes a chaotic dance of snarls and screams, each blow landing with lethal precision. It's over almost as quickly as it began. The vampires lie motionless on the ground, their bodies crumpled and lifeless. Vivian shifts back, her chest heaving as she wipes the blood from her hands. "That was reckless," she says, though there's no real anger in her tone. "But effective." I nod, still catching my breath. "Do you think there are more of them?" Vivian shrugs. "Hard to say, but if there are, they'll know we're here now." She looks at me, her expression serious. "We need to warn the pack. Whatever's happening, it's bigger than we thought." As we make our way back, the weight of the night settles heavily on my shoulders. The vampire's presence is troubling enough, but there's something else gnawing at the edges of my mind. Something about Damen. His name keeps surfacing, unbidden, like a splinter I can't remove. I try to push it aside, to focus on the task at hand, but it lingers, persistent and unwelcome. When we finally reach the pack's safe house, the others are already gathered, their faces tense with anticipation. Vivian steps forward, taking charge as always. "We've got trouble," she announces without preamble. "The vampires are organizing, and they're not alone." The room erupts into murmurs, questions flying from every direction. I stay silent, my thoughts elsewhere. Damon's face floats in my mind again, his icy blue gaze piercing through the chaos. Why does he keep coming back to me? What does it mean? Later, as I sit alone in the corner, Vivian joins me, her presence grounding. "You okay?" she asks softly. I hesitate, then shake my head. "No," I admit. "Something's not right. About Damen, about everything." Vivian studies me for a moment, her sharp eyes missing nothing. You think he's involved? I don't answer immediately. The idea feels absurd, impossible even. And yet, I don't know, I say finally, but I need to find out. Vivian nods, understanding without needing further explanation. Be careful, she says simply. Whatever you do, don't go alone. Her warning echoes in my mind long after she leaves. Careful isn't exactly my strong suit, but I know she's right. This isn't just about me anymore. It's about the pack, about survival. And if Damen is tangled up in whatever's coming, then I need to untangle him before it's too late. You've been incredibly strong. Guilt twists my heart, and shame finishes what's left of it. If only she knew. If I'm doing so well, it's only because my mating bond is far from broken, like she and everyone else in my pack believe it to be. How could they begin to suspect that I'm still very much bonded to the most hated rogue wolf in the region? If my alpha doesn't kill me upon finding out I'm still with Nate, my pack's disappointment will crush me. I'm about to reply when a muffled scream pierces the air around us. Passers-by don't react, but that's because they're humans who do not have enhanced hearing. What was that? I ask Vivian. It came from behind us, she says, glancing over her shoulder. Shouldn't we turn? I ask, feeling my wolf itching to claw its way out, as it usually does in a dangerous situation. Not now. We'd only attract attention. Vivian's expression is calm and collected, her movements quick and efficient. Could be just a basic aggression, she adds. It was a woman's cry, I remind her. We're still helping, right? Without waiting for an answer, we erupt into the back alley of a club. More muffled sounds echo into our ears, growing closer. There, I exclaim, pointing toward two figures hidden behind a fire escape. A woman is being pinned to a wall by a shadowed figure, who quickly reveals itself as a vampire when it turns around, baring its fangs. I wince, my fears come alive in front of my very eyes. So the rumors are true then. Vampires have begun attacking humans again. Step away from the girl, Vivian snaps warningly. Or what? The vampire asks. I'm not very used to seeing vampires, though this one isn't the first I've encountered. Like all others of his kind, there's a hypnotic tint to his voice, which sounds pleasant despite the threat the creature poses. His features are twisted in an unnatural snarl, but I bet he'd look gorgeous if he schooled his expression. All vampires are attractive. It helps them lure in their prey. However, there are thick, cloying notes of decay tinting his scent. Vampires may be beautiful, but to our wolves, they smell of death, a fact that kind of ruins the appeal. The blonde woman being pinned down is trying to speak, but her words are muffled by her captor's hand. Though we quickly guess what she was trying to say when a second vampire emerges from the shadows with all the eerie grace of a big jungle cat. Wolves, the newcomer says, wrinkling his nose, smells like wet dog for miles. You're breaking the accords, attacking a human, Vivian reminds them. Let her go. The accords, the one holding the woman growls. We didn't make the rules, and we're done following them. Vivian and I exchange a wary look. This isn't good. The accords, signed a century ago, are essentially a peace treaty binding vampires and werewolves to two major rules. Don't attack humans, and don't make trouble for each other. Come here and bite me, Vivian warns, giving the vampire a hardened stare. A werewolf bite induces a transformation into one of our kind, except very few survive the turn, and no vampires ever have. Essentially, it's a death sentence. The second vampire chuckles darkly, stepping closer. You think you scare us? You're outnumbered. Your pack isn't here to save you. Vivian's lips curl into a snarl, her wolf rising close to the surface. You underestimate us. I glance between the vampires, my pulse racing. My wolf is restless, pacing beneath my skin, desperate to protect the innocent woman caught in their grasp. But charging in blindly won't help anyone. Let her go, I demand, trying to keep my voice steady. This doesn't have to end in bloodshed. The first vampire tightens his grip on the woman, eliciting a whimper. Oh, but it does. She's ours now. Something inside me snaps. Without thinking, I lunge forward, my claws extending as I shift partially. The movement catches the vampires off guard, and the woman stumbles free, collapsing to the ground. Vivian seizes the opportunity, launching herself at the second vampire with a ferocity that leaves him reeling. I focus on the first vampire, who hisses and swipes at me with inhuman speed. His nails rake across my arm, drawing blood, but the pain only fuels my determination. My wolf howls within me, urging me to finish this. With a roar, I tackle him to the ground, my teeth sinking into his shoulder. He screams, thrashing wildly, but I hold firm, refusing to let go. From the corner of my eye, I see Vivian grappling with the second vampire. She's bleeding, her shirt torn, but her resolve is unshaken. With a final burst of strength, she sinks her claws into his chest, piercing his heart. He collapses, lifeless, and she turns to help me. Together, we subdue the remaining vampire, leaving him incapacitated but alive, just enough for questioning. Breathing heavily, I kneel beside the trembling woman. "Are you okay?" I ask softly. She nods, tears streaming down her face. "Thank you," she whispers. Vivian joins me, her expression grim. We need to get her somewhere safe, and then we deal with these two. As we escort the woman out of the alley, I can't shake the unease settling in my chest. The Accords were supposed to prevent this kind of violence. If vampires are willing to break them openly, then something bigger is at play, something dangerous. And as much as I want to ignore it, I know this is only the beginning. We bite them, we kill them, which is why the Accords forbid it. "You wouldn't dare," the vampire replies, baring his sharpened teeth, making Vivian smirk disdainfully. A bite from a vampire wouldn't kill us, though. It only seems fair that if we can't do it, neither can they. The vampire who'd been holding the woman hostage drops her to the ground and runs toward Vivian in a poor semblance of an attack. She takes a mere second to parry. Vampires are quicker than us, but they aren't as strong. They rarely have the upper hand in hand-to-hand combat, especially when faced with a skilled fighter like Vivian. The same can't be said about me. When the second vampire comes at me, I barely manage to avoid his arm and dodge to the side, losing my balance in the process. My attacker seizes the opportunity and pounces, pinning my arms to the ground. His fangs are inches from my face. I retaliate by headbutting the vampire's nose, making him screech and loosen his hold. My arms freed, I quickly grab my attacker by the throat with one hand, ready to punch with the other. But then Eve's face flashes before my eyes, twisted in fear and covered in blood. I choke, frozen in place. "Chloe!" I hear Vivian scream, but it sounds far away. I can't move. The vampire is pinning me back down again. I let him, feeling all the air leave my lungs. His body is suddenly lifted off me, and I expect to see Vivian's faith above mine, but it's my attacker's vampire friend who's come to my rescue. Feeding discreetly is one thing, but if we get caught, we're done for, he says. This isn't worth it. "Let's get out of here." "Why would we get caught?" my attacker frowns. "Because there are two wolves here, And at least one of them looks competent enough to live to tell the tale, the vampire replies, pointing toward Vivian, who's crossing her arms and clenching her jaw. Reluctantly, his companion moves away, giving my beta a wary glance. Whatever. The king will soon be dethroned, he warns, walking past us. We'll have our fun, dogs. Vivian barely raises an eyebrow at his words, watching them leave while I hurry to the blonde woman's side. Are you okay? I ask her, helping her to her feet. I'm trying to think of some excuse to explain away all she has just heard. It's best humans don't know about the supernatural world. I'm fine, the blonde replies, scrubbing her clothes. And she does look and sound fine, if a little miffed. You think she didn't almost get bitten by a vampire? Chloe, Vivian joins us, putting a hand on my shoulder. What happened back there? I stubbornly avoid the pitying look I know she must be giving me, one I'm used to receiving, but still cannot stand. I don't deserve her pity, not after what I did to Eve, not after what I'm still doing with Nate. My eyes meet the blonde's clear blue ones, and my wolf immediately tenses. This woman we just rescued is no ordinary human. I can tell she's not a vampire, and she isn't a wolf, but a dangerous aura emanates from her nonetheless. You're a witch, Vivian guesses, assessing the woman much more quickly than I have. Remember what it was like to be human? That might explain Damien's cavalier attitude, but it doesn't make it any easier to deal with. As he releases my hand and bows dramatically, I force a smile that feels more like a grimace. His grin is infuriatingly smug, as if he knows exactly how much I'm struggling to keep up appearances. You'll have to do better than that if you want to survive this court, he says, his voice low enough that only I can hear. I'm doing just fine, I mutter through clenched teeth, glancing around the room again. The other vampires are watching us, or rather, they're watching me. Their gazes feel like daggers piercing through the ornate gown I'm wearing, a loner from some noble vampire who thought it would be amusing to dress me up like a porcelain doll. Every movement I make feels scrutinized, every breath calculated. It's suffocating. Damien leans in closer, his lips brushing against my ear. Relax, darling. You're far too tense. They can smell fear, you know. Thanks for the tip, I snap, pulling away before he can say anything else. I don't need his condescending advice right now. What I need is a way out of this gilded cage. But escaping the vampire court isn't as simple as slipping through an unlocked door. These creatures thrive on control, and I've become their latest pawn in whatever game they're playing. The music shifts, slower now, more haunting. Couples glide across the floor like shadows, their movements fluid and deliberate. I spot Vivian standing near the edge of the room, her arms crossed tightly over her chest. She looks as uncomfortable as I feel, though she's trying her best to blend into the background. When she catches my eye, she gives me a small nod, signaling that she's still keeping watch. At least one thing is going according to plan. A tall figure approaches me then, cutting off my line of sight to Vivian. He's dressed impeccably, his dark suit tailored to perfection, but there's something unsettling about the way he carries himself. His presence seems to suck the air out of the room. "May I have this dance?" he asks, his voice smooth and cold, like silk wrapped around steel. I hesitate, searching for an excuse to decline, but Damien appears at my side before I can respond. "Sorry, old friend," he says with a wink, looping his arm around mine. "This one's mine for the evening." Without waiting for a reply, he pulls me back onto the dance floor, leaving the stranger behind. "What was that about?" I hiss once we're safely out of earshot. "That," Damien replies, spinning me around with practiced ease, "was Lord Alaric." And trust me, you don't want to get tangled up with him. Why not? I ask, though I already know the answer. Everyone here has secrets, and Lord Alaric's seem darker than most. He's dangerous, Damien says simply, as if that explains everything. Maybe it does. In this world, danger is a given. It's the degree that varies. As the night wears on, I find myself growing increasingly restless. The weight of the witch's promise lingers in the back of my mind, taunting me with possibilities I shouldn't even consider. Anything I want, she had said. But wishes always come with strings attached, no matter how sweetly they're offered. Still, the temptation is there, gnawing at the edges of my resolve. When the clock strikes midnight, signaling the end of the ball, I breathe a sigh of relief. The crowd begins to disperse, retreating to their respective corners of the sprawling estate. Damien offers me his arm once more, this time without the teasing smirk. "Come on," he says softly. "Let's get you somewhere safe." Safe. The word feels foreign on my tongue. Is anywhere truly safe in this place? I follow him anyway, knowing I don't have much of a choice. As we walk, I can't shake the feeling that someone or something is watching us. The hairs on the back of my neck stand on end, and I glance over my shoulder, half expecting to see glowing eyes staring back at me. But there's nothing, just empty hallways and flickering candlelight casting eerie shadows on the walls. We reach a quiet sitting room, and Damien closes the door behind us. "You did well tonight," he says, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed. "Better than I expected, honestly." "Gee, thanks," I mutter, sinking into a plush chair. My feet ache from hours of dancing, and my head is pounding from the constant vigilance required to navigate the treacherous waters of vampire politics. "You'll get used to it," he says with a shrug. "Or you won't. Either way, you'll survive." "That's comforting," I reply dryly. He chuckles, but there's a hint of genuine concern in his expression. "Listen, Chloe, this place, it changes people. Don't let it change you." Before I can respond, there's a knock at the door. Damien straightens immediately, his playful demeanor vanishing in an instant. "Who is it?" he calls out. "It's Vivian," comes the muffled reply. Damien opens the door and she slips inside, closing it quickly behind her. Her face is pale, her hands trembling slightly. "What's wrong?" I ask, rising from my seat. "I saw him," she whispers, her voice barely audible. "The man from earlier. The man from earlier. Lord Alaric." My stomach drops. "Where?" "In the gardens," she says. "He was talking to someone, but I couldn't see who. They were arguing." Damien curses under his breath. "This isn't good. If he's making moves already..." "We need to leave," I interrupt, panic rising in my chest. "Now." "No," Damien says firmly. "Running will only make things worse. We stay put and figure out what he's planning." "But..." "No buts," he snaps. "You're in deeper than you realize, Chloe. Trust me when I say that staying alive means playing by their rules. For now." Vivian nods in agreement, though her eyes are wide with fear. He's right. We can't afford to slip up. I sink back into the chair, defeated. For all my attempts to resist the pull of this world, it seems I'm stuck in its web, caught between allies I don't fully trust and enemies I don't understand. And somewhere in the distance, the witch's words echo in my mind. Anything you want. The question is, how much am I willing to risk to get it? Damon has clearly lost the ability to feel fear, or any semblance of intelligent thought for that matter. His facial hair looks suspicious, and I can't help but mock whisper as I point to a nearby vampire's mustache. "Do you think he's the killer?" If I weren't so desperate, I would have fled from the vampires long ago. My wolf instincts have been urging me to do just that. But ever since making my wish, desperation has consumed me, and hiding amongst these bloodsuckers seems like the best solution to escape the mess I'm in. Well, I've done my fair share of parading you around, Damen says, letting go of my hand. If you'll excuse me, I'm going to go get ridiculously drunk. Before he can take another step, I grab onto his arm and trail after him, stumbling slightly along the way. He towers over me, and I've often been teased about resembling a dwarf, mostly by Damen himself. Still, he has a point. I thought vampires couldn't get drunk, I mumble, struggling to keep up with his hurried pace. Don't remind me, Damen sighs dramatically. I still intend to try. Feel free to join me. Who knows? You might actually end up having fun. He pretends to gasp while attempting to shake me off his arm, though I cling to him tightly. You having fun? I grumble sarcastically. Can you even imagine? Because I really can't. Stop it, Damen says, scratching his throat and giving me a pointed look. I sigh in resignation. I have to stay by your side. Master Damen beams at me. It'll be safer, I conclude, momentarily distracted by his bright grin. Safer for who? Damen rolls his eyes, snatching a glass of blood from a passing waiter and bringing it to his lips. You're so twitchy, one would think you're the one needing my protection. I grimace, trying to shush him into being more discreet. I understand his lack of confidence in my abilities as a bodyguard. It's not like he knows I'm a wolf. Still, he agreed to this arrangement, so he could at least put some effort into maintaining the charade. If he didn't want me around, he should have said so when we signed the contract in front of his grandfather. I regret not seeing Ian Cromwell at tonight's reception. He at least seemed to somewhat believe in me. Blondie, Damen says, pointing to my forehead, with all this frowning, you're going to be prematurely wrinkled, and nobody wants that. Before I can respond, a painfully beautiful young woman approaches us. Her long raven hair cascades down her back, framing her flawless features and clear blue eyes. She moves with the grace of an elegant panther, exuding both beauty and danger. I've never met her before, and her presence renders me speechless. The shimmering fabric of her dress only accentuates her ethereal allure. She places a delicate hand on Damen's shoulder and kisses his cheek lightly. They seem well acquainted, despite Damen's obvious displeasure at her arrival. Could she be an ex-girlfriend? She appears only slightly younger than him, perhaps in her mid-20s, like me. Chloe, Damen forces a smile that looks anything but genuine. Meet Alexandra, my mother. I do my best to execute the customary curtsy I was taught just a day prior. Hiding my astonishment, I remind myself not to assume anything about age when meeting a vampire. It's impossible to know how old they truly are. Damien may look like he's in his early 30s, but for all I know, he could be 10 times that age. Alexandra briefly glances at me, though she doesn't bother with any form of greeting, and immediately turns her attention back to her son. "Your bride?" she asks, her voice laced with disdain and her brow furrowed ever so slightly. "My love, you really should have let me pick one for you. I had plenty of perfectly suitable candidates lined up, and you had to go and choose that." I school my features into a neutral expression, careful not to react. It's against the rules to show any emotion in response to what a vampire says or does, and ever since becoming Damien's bride-to-be, though the ceremony has yet to take place, the rules have been drilled into my brain by the forceful and ever-efficient staff of the Cromwell family estate. None of them, however, have been as strict or insistent as M. Jones, the head attendant. Shortly after being hired by Damien's grandfather and meeting Damien himself, I was taken to my own penthouse suite within the luxurious hotel they were staying in, an insane labyrinth of rooms, each more breathtaking than the next. But I barely had time to appreciate any of it, as I was almost immediately joined by an entire staff of people, exclusively human, tasked with preparing me to meet my future husband. "Do not ever call him that, miss," Jones had snapped, her sour expression making her disapproval clear. Should the bridal ceremony take place, which I can almost guarantee won't happen, as I'm certain the young master will have regained his senses before then, you'll do well to remember you are not his equal. Your role will be to serve him. I had nodded, trying my best to take everything in while being groomed from head to toe. One man attended to my light blonde hair, claiming it was too short, while a young woman hurriedly stuck extensions onto my eyelids. "Darling, your nails," a third party groaned. "How dare you walk around with nails like these?" I was never expressly told what was wrong with my nails because there had been too much to do. According to all those experts on good looks, I was a shipwreck. "We have 2 days to teach you some basics before your first outing with Master Damien," Miss Jones had explained, as she tried to get me to fix my posture, an impossibly difficult task if she was to be believed. "Should he keep you around after the ball, which he won't, we'll meet together every day to pursue your training. We can't let just anybody attend to the young master's needs, can we?" So, should he keep you around, which he won't, I've surmised, indeed, you'll be given proper etiquette training, how to walk, talk, dress, converse amongst the vampire elite. "There's an elite?" I had asked, curious. Miss Jones had given me the most disdainful glance I'd ever seen. "The Cromwells are the elite, young lady, and I'll be damned if you aren't taught well enough to treat them according to their rank." Her words echoed in my mind as I stood there now, facing Damien's mother. The weight of expectation pressed down on me, heavier than I could have imagined. I wasn't just stepping into a new life. I was stepping into a world where every action, every word, and every breath was scrutinized under the lens of centuries-old traditions and unspoken hierarchies. And yet, despite the overwhelming pressure, I knew I had no choice but to adapt or risk being discarded entirely. As Alexandra continued to speak, her tone dripping with condescension, I reminded myself why I was here. This wasn't about me, it was about survival. Whatever judgments she passed, whatever insults she hurled, they weren't personal. To her, I was little more than a placeholder, a temporary inconvenience in the grand scheme of things. But I couldn't afford to see myself that way. If I wanted to stay alive and retain even a shred of dignity, I would need to prove that I belonged, even if it meant swallowing my pride and playing the part they demanded of me. The hours spent with M. Jones and her team hadn't just been about appearances. They were about transformation. They were teaching me how to navigate this strange, opulent world where humans existed only to serve their immortal overlords. Every lesson, every critique, every harsh word was designed to mold me into someone capable of standing beside Damien without embarrassing him, or worse, offending those who held power over us both. But as I stood there, enduring Alexandra's thinly veiled contempt, I realized something else. None of this was truly about Damien. It was about the Cromwell name, the legacy, the reputation that stretched back through generations of vampires who saw themselves as gods among mortals. To them, I was expendable, a pawn in a game I barely understood. Yet, somehow, I had become central to their plans, at least for now. And if I wanted to survive, I would need to learn how to play the game better than anyone expected. For the first time since arriving at the estate, I felt a flicker of resolve. I might not have chosen this path, but I could choose how I walked it. And if the Cromwells thought I would simply fade away once they tired of me, they were sorely mistaken. Part of me still found all this extravagance slightly ridiculous. Among wolves, there wasn't really any notion of class, though I suppose that wasn't entirely accurate. We did have a hierarchy, more or less strict depending on the pack. But my alpha, Harry, isn't particularly bossy, or at least not with me. Despite him being quite influential amongst our entire community, I just tend to forget because he's like an older brother to me, and so there isn't a need for any decorum around him. Meanwhile, vampires, it seems, have an intricate class system and interact much more with humans than we wolves do, essentially considering them as slaves. To say this didn't make me very comfortable would be an understatement, but right now there wasn't much I could do or say. I'd made my bed, so to speak. If I was going to survive the inextricable mess I'd gotten myself into and hide amongst the vampires, I was to do it acting as Damien's bride while secretly trying to prevent whoever was after him from killing him. Somehow, God, if I hadn't been doomed before, I was certainly doomed now. There was no way I, the most desperately disappointing Omega wolf of the region, could save a vampire from a danger even his grandfather, one of the eldest and most powerful vampires alive, could make sense of. For 1 week ago, the day I met Ian Cromwell, well, I'll be leading the negotiations, Vivian reminds me, as she drives us across a large, crowded boulevard. I nod, expecting nothing else. I'm still stunned she accepted to take me along to meet with a vampire king, though desperate times call for desperate measures. Vivian couldn't deny Ian Cromwell his audience, and it wasn't safe for her to go alone. But with our alpha unable to attend and Vivian's usual backup missing without a trace, I'd been assigned the job instead. The city, with its ceaseless motion and cacophony, is a stark contrast to the quiet, orderly life I'm accustomed to in our small town of Grimswood. Unfazed by the sheer volume of people and the endless streams of cars, Vivian's bright green eyes are sharp and focused. I, on the other hand, find my senses bombarded at every turn. Though I'd never had as much control over my wolf as Vivian, she's the very definition of control. Our destination is an opulent hotel nestled among the city skyscrapers like a grand old monarch. It is here in a suite that probably costs more per night than my entire monthly expenses that we are to meet the Vampire King. I stare dumbfounded at the luxury that envelops us. It's not like our pack isn't well off, but the hotel lobby here is something else. A vast expanse of marble and gold, with chandeliers that sparkle like stars captured within glass. Cromwell's staff greets us with a politeness that borders on reverence, guiding us through the corridors with the ease of those accustomed to catering to the whims of the powerful. The suite, when we finally arrive, is nothing short of astonishing, with a panoramic view of the city now alight with the vibrant colors of night. I wonder, as we wait, what kind of man, or creature, Ian Cromwell truly is. Vivian stands tall beside me, her posture impeccable, her expression unreadable. She's always been the epitome of strength and grace, qualities I've admired but never fully embodied. My own nerves are fraying at the edges, though I try to keep them hidden. This meeting isn't just about diplomacy, it's about survival. For me, for Damien, for everyone caught in this tangled web. The weight of it presses down on me, but I can't afford to falter, not now. The door opens, and in walks Ian Cromwell, He's tall, imposing, with an air of authority that fills the room. His presence is magnetic, commanding attention without effort. His suit is tailored to perfection, and his piercing gaze sweeps over us with calculated precision. For a moment, I feel like prey under the scrutiny of a predator. But then he smiles, a gesture that doesn't reach his eyes, and extends a hand to Vivian. "Miss Hart," he says, his voice smooth and measured. "A pleasure, as always." Vivian shakes his hand firmly, her demeanor unshaken. "Mr. Cromwell, thank you for seeing us on such short notice." Her tone is polite but firm, leaving no room for doubt about her intentions. When his gaze shifts to me, I force myself to meet it head-on, though my instincts scream at me to look away. "And who might this be?" he asks, his curiosity evident. "This is Clara," Vivian replies without hesitation. "She's here as part of the delegation." His eyes linger on me for a moment longer than necessary before he nods. "Interesting choice." The words hang in the air, heavy with implication. I resist the urge to fidget under his scrutiny, reminding myself why I'm here. Damien's life depends on it. We take our seats and the negotiations begin. Vivian leads the discussion with practiced ease, her arguments well-reasoned and compelling. I listen intently, absorbing every detail, every nuance of tone and body language. It's clear that Cromwell is a shrewd negotiator, his responses calculated and deliberate. Yet there's something beneath the surface, a tension that hints at deeper motives. I can't shake the feeling that we're walking a tightrope, one wrong step away from disaster. As the conversation unfolds, I find myself studying Cromwell more closely. There's a hardness to him, a ruthlessness that belies his polished exterior. But there's also a flicker of something else, something almost human. It's fleeting, gone before I can fully grasp it, but it gives me pause. Could there be more to him than meets the eye? Or am I simply grasping at straws, hoping for a thread of humanity in a world that often feels devoid of it? Eventually, the meeting concludes, and we're shown out with the same reverence that greeted us upon arrival. As we step back into the bustling city, I let out a breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding. Vivian glances at me, her expression unreadable. "You did well," she says simply, and though her praise is brief, it means more to me than she knows. Back in the car, I allow myself a moment of reflection. This world of vampires and politics is far removed from the simple life I once knew. Yet here I am, thrust into the heart of it. I don't know if I'm ready for what lies ahead, but I do know one thing. I can't turn back now. Damien's fate, and perhaps my own, depends on it. Vivian's impatience was palpable as she muttered under her breath, glancing at her watch for the third time in as minutes. The air around her crackled with barely contained energy, her nerves masked by a thin veneer of calm professionalism. She wasn't fooling anyone, least of all me. I could feel it too, the weight of what this meeting meant. If it didn't go well, we were back to square one, scrambling to pick up the pieces every time another vampire decided to make a meal out of an unsuspecting human or werewolf. It wasn't sustainable. We needed someone like him, a figurehead, a leader who could bring order to his kind before the chaos spiraled further out of control. The night stretched on, quiet save for the distant hum of insects and the occasional rustle of leaves in the breeze. He should have been here by now. My gaze darted toward the tree line, half expecting his arrival to be announced by some dramatic flourish. But no, Ian Cromwell had always preferred subtlety over spectacle, at least when it suited him. Finally, there he was. The man moved with an eerie grace that made it impossible not to stare. Every step seemed deliberate, calculated, yet fluid enough to appear natural. His presence commanded attention without effort. Even the moonlight seemed to bend around him. He was classically handsome, his features chiseled like marble, but there was something cold about him, something unsettling. His smile lit up his face, but it never reached his eyes. They remained sharp, appraising, calculating. There was no warmth in them, only a predator's focus. A shiver ran down my spine as my wolf instincts screamed at me to flee. Something about him set off every warning bell inside me. His scent hit next, sweet and intoxicating, almost too pleasant. Yet beneath the sugary allure lurked hints of decay, faint but unmistakable. Death clung to him like a second skin. "Vivian Woods," he said smoothly, his voice carrying just the right amount of charm. "You're even more beautiful than I remember." Vivian inclined her head politely, though I caught the slight tension in her shoulders. She didn't trust him either. Not that anyone really did. Still, she played her part perfectly, maintaining the facade of civility. "And who is this?" Cromwell added, turning his piercing gaze toward me. For a moment, I felt pinned under his scrutiny, as if he could see straight through me. "Ian," Vivian interjected quickly, her tone clipped. "Harry's indisposed. He's recently mated." Cromwell raised an eyebrow, gesturing for one of his staff members to bring him a glass filled with something dark red. Blood, I realized with a jolt as he lifted the glass to his lips, taking a slow sip. The casualness of the act sent another ripple of unease through me. "Recently mated, you say?" he mused aloud, setting the glass down with deliberate care. "I wasn't aware these bonds of yours were such impairments. At least, not for an alpha as renowned as yours." His words dripped with false amiability, but the underlying threat was clear. My hackles rose, not literally, but close enough. No one talked about Harry like that, especially not someone like Cromwell. Before I could stop myself, I spoke up. "It's a fated bond," I said firmly, my voice steady despite the anger bubbling beneath the surface. "And it's rare, something few others can truly understand. That doesn't excuse everything Nate has done, but it does explain why things are complicated." Cromwell tilted his head slightly, his interest piqued. "Fascinating. Do tell your illustrious alpha to bring his little mate along next time, won't you? I'd love to meet her." Vivian's jaw tightened ever so slightly, but she nodded evasively. Smart move. There was no way Harry would willingly let his mate anywhere near Cromwell. Hell, Harry would sooner die than risk it. Instead, Vivian steered the conversation back on track. "Why did you want to meet with us, Mr. Cromwell?" she asked pointedly, cutting through the pleasantries. Straightforward and efficient, that was her style. Cromwell paused, sipping his drink again before responding. "I want to strengthen relations between our kinds," he said neutrally, his tone carefully measured. "I'm aware some of the vampires in the area haven't been particularly well behaved lately." "That's putting it mildly," I muttered under my breath, earning a sharp glance from Vivian. She was right. Subtlety was key here. Pushing too hard might provoke him into revealing his true intentions, or worse, losing whatever fragile alliance we hope to build. But Cromwell knew exactly what everyone thought of him. He hadn't lifted a finger to curb the rising tide of vampire attacks plaguing the region. Werewolves were dying, humans were disappearing, and tensions between our communities were reaching a breaking point. And yet, here he sat, sipping blood like nothing was wrong. He leaned forward slightly, resting his elbows on the table. These incidents are unfortunate, yes, but they're also opportunities for dialogue, for cooperation. Surely we can find common ground. Vivian's expression didn't change, but I could practically hear her thoughts screaming in frustration. Common ground with someone like him? It sounded like a pipe dream. Still, she kept her composure, nodding slowly. "We'll need assurances," she said evenly. "Concrete actions to demonstrate your commitment to resolving this issue." Cromwell smiled again, that same chilling grin that never quite reached his eyes. "Of course. Let's discuss terms then, shall we?" As negotiations began, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were walking into a trap. Cromwell was dangerous, cunning, and utterly unpredictable. Whatever promises he made tonight, I doubted they'd hold much weight once we left this room. But for now, we had no choice but to play along. For the sake of our pack, our people, and the fragile peace hanging by a thread, we had to try. You might say that Vivian replies neutrally. Cromwell works. I could ensure they're kept in line. In fact, I'd love nothing more than to do so. You know I'm rather good at that sort of thing. Vivian nods carefully. He is, or rather, he was, which brings the question, what changed? "It's just, you see, I've been rather busy as of late," Cromwell says lightly, looking at his nails, "with rather pressing family matters." Vivian looks only very slightly surprised. "I wasn't aware you had a family," she comments pleasantly, though it's clear she feels nothing remotely pleasant at the prospect. "I have a daughter, the apple of my eye," Cromwell replies with so little emotion that one might briefly wonder if he's being sarcastic. "And she herself has a son. He's very recently been turned, and he's a little mercurial." Vivian frowns faintly. "What do you mean by mercurial?" she asks, her tone neutral. "Is your grandson the one behind the attacks?" Cromwell laughs, a sound devoid of warmth. "Oh dear, no. Damen isn't like that. He's a Cromwell after all, and my heir. He's perfectly civilized. But for some reason I cannot begin to fathom, seeing as he is such a delight." Cromwell scratches his throat before continuing. "Someone seems dead set on having him killed." Vivian frowns, looking genuinely confused. "Someone's trying to kill your grandson?" she repeats, processing the words. "And you have no idea who it could be?" "None," Cromwell confesses with a pained sigh. "In fact, I can't be certain if the culprit would be satisfied with his demise or if it's our entire family he or she is after, which is why we elected to hire extra security." Vivian's eyes widen slightly in understanding. "You'd like someone from our pack to become your grandson's bodyguard." "Precisely," Cromwell exclaims, grinning like a cat. "We tend to hire specialized humans for the job, or sometimes other vampires. But Damien's been attacked twice now, and his mother is becoming somewhat paranoid. Her theory is that the job could have been ordered by someone from the inside, which is why a neutral party, someone who isn't usually part of our world, but with the physical capabilities for such a task, seems ideal to me." Vivian and I exchange a look. I can't tell what she's thinking, to be completely honest. "You're the one I had in mind for the job," Cromwell tells Vivian. "I know you're an influential member of your pack, and rumors of your great beauty have not been exaggerated." Vivian grinds her teeth subtly. "I'm flattered, but there's no way I can leave my alpha side right now," she replies honestly. "That's a shame," Cromwell says, taking another drink. "To be completely honest with you, I think this assignment could be beneficial to both our people. I've got a hunch that the ones responsible for attacking my family could be the same people encouraging vampires to go after humans." Vivian raises an eyebrow, skepticism evident on her face. You have a hunch? She challenges, her expression dubious. Yes, Cromwell replies firmly. As you know, my family has tremendous influence over this country's various vampire clans. We've always played a major role in ensuring peace is kept with the humans and the wolves. Vivian nods, conceding to the fact. My daughter believes that whoever is orchestrating these attacks may also be tied to recent unrest among the younger vampires. They've grown restless, dissatisfied with the current order. If they succeed in destabilizing my family, it could unravel decades of careful diplomacy. And if that happens, he trails off, letting the implication hang heavy in the air. Vivian's jaw tightens. She knows exactly what he means. Without the Cromwell's moderating influence, the fragile balance between species could shatter entirely. I understand the stakes, she says finally, her voice measured, but I still don't see how involving my pack benefits us directly. Cromwell leans forward, his expression turning serious. Think about it, Vivian. This isn't just about protecting my grandson. It's about uncovering a conspiracy that threatens everyone. If my suspicions are correct, then the mastermind behind this could easily turn their attention to your kind next. Wolves wouldn't fare well in a full-scale war against rogue vampires, especially if they managed to sway others to their cause. Her eyes narrow slightly, weighing his words. There's truth in what he says, though she doesn't trust him entirely. Cromwell has always been cunning, and his motives are rarely as altruistic as he makes them seem. Still, she can't deny the potential danger. Let's say I agree to this, she begins slowly. What exactly would the arrangement entail? Cromwell smiles, clearly pleased that she hasn't outright rejected the idea. You'd act as Damien's personal guard while investigating any leads related to the attacks. You'd have access to resources within my network, of course, and I'd expect regular updates on your progress. In return, I'd offer compensation, not just monetary, but assurances of continued cooperation between our factions moving forward. Vivian considers this silently, her mind racing. It's a tempting offer, albeit risky. Aligning herself too closely with the Cromwells could alienate her own people, yet refusing might leave them vulnerable if the situation escalates. She glances at me briefly, perhaps seeking some unspoken reassurance. I give her none. This decision must be hers alone. Finally, she exhales softly and meets Cromwell's gaze. If I accept, I'll need guarantees, not just for myself, but for my pack. If things go south, we won't take the fall for your family's problems. Cromwell inclines his head graciously. Fair enough. Consider it done. With that, the deal is struck, though neither party fully trusts the other. As we leave the meeting, Vivian's steps are heavy, burdened by the weight of what lies ahead. For better or worse, our lives are now intertwined with the fate of the Cromwells and whatever shadowy forces seek to destroy them. Yes, he says firmly, leaning back in his chair as if the matter is already settled. You're exactly what I need. Someone who understands the dynamics of your pack, but isn't so entrenched in its hierarchy that they can't see the bigger picture. His words are smooth, almost rehearsed, but there's an undercurrent of urgency in his tone that suggests he truly believes this decision is critical. Vivian shifts uncomfortably beside me, her sharp eyes darting between Cromwell and me. She doesn't say anything, but her clenched fists speak volumes. She knows she's lost this round, and it frustrates her to no end. Still, she won't challenge him outright, not here, not now. Her pride might demand it, but her survival instincts are stronger. Instead, she forces a tight smile and nods curtly. Very well, she mutters through gritted teeth. If this is what you want, then so be it. But don't come crying to me when things go south. Cromwell chuckles softly, clearly unbothered by her thinly veiled threat. Oh, Vivian, always the optimist, he teases before turning his attention back to me. So, do we have a deal? He extends a hand across the table, his palm open and waiting. For a moment, I just stare at it, my mind racing with all the implications of accepting his offer. If I agree, I'll be stepping into dangerous territory, working directly for vampires, keeping secrets from my pack, and navigating a web of lies that could unravel at any moment. But if I refuse, I'll be right back where I started, trapped, vulnerable, and with no way out. My voice falters, barely above a whisper. I clear my throat and try again. I accept. The words feel foreign on my tongue, like they belong to someone else entirely. As soon as they leave my lips, Cromwell's grin widens, and he shakes my hand with enthusiasm. His grip is firm, almost reassuring, but I can't shake the feeling that I've just signed my life away. Excellent choice, he says, releasing my hand and leaning back once more. Now, let's discuss the details. You'll report directly to me, of course, and your primary task will be ensuring Damon's safety while also gathering information on whoever is orchestrating these attacks against us. Discretion is key. You cannot afford to draw suspicion from either your pack or the rogues. Understood? I nod quickly, though my stomach churns with anxiety. This is far beyond anything I've ever done before. Protecting someone? Investigating covert operations? It sounds like something straight out of one of those old spy novels Neat used to read. Except this isn't fiction. This is real, and the stakes couldn't be higher. Vivian lets out a low sigh, her irritation palpable. Fine, she snaps, crossing her arms over her chest, but I'm holding you personally responsible for whatever happens next, Cromwell. Don't think I won't hold you accountable if this blows up in our faces. Her glare pierces through him, but he merely shrugs, unfazed. Fair enough, he replies casually, though I'd argue that responsibility ultimately lies with Chloe here. After all, she's the one taking the job. His gaze flicks back to me, and for a brief second, I wonder if he's testing me, if he's trying to gauge whether I'm truly capable of handling what he's asking. But then the moment passes, and his expression softens slightly. Don't worry, he adds, almost kindly, you're not alone in this. I'll provide whatever resources you need to succeed. The promise feels hollow, but I cling to it anyway. What choice do I have? As Vivian storms out of the room, muttering under her breath about incompetence and reckless decisions, I stay seated, frozen in place. Cromwell watches me carefully, his piercing eyes studying every nuance of my reaction. You'll do fine, he says after a long pause. Just remember why you're doing this. Focus on that, and everything else will fall into place. His words linger in the air as I finally rise to my feet, my legs trembling beneath me. Why am I doing this? To protect myself? Yes, but also because deep down, I know I owe it to my pack, even if they'll never understand, even if they hate me for it later. With a final nod, I turn and follow Vivian out of the room, my heart pounding in my chest. Whatever lies ahead, I know one thing for certain. Grin, his voice low and amused as he leans down to whisper in my ear. His breath is cool against my skin, a stark reminder of what he is and what I am not. He tugs me closer, his grip firm but not painful, though the message is clear. This is his domain, and I am merely an accessory. I force myself to relax, to let him guide me through the throng of elegantly dressed vampires who watch us with varying degrees of interest and disdain. The ballroom is opulent, shimmering with chandeliers that cast prismatic light across the marble floor. The air smells faintly of aged wine and something metallic I can't quite place. It's overwhelming, the sheer weight of power in this room, and yet I try to focus on the task at hand, protecting Damien. Not that he seems particularly concerned about his safety. If anything, he appears to thrive in this environment, his confidence bordering on arrogance as he exchanges pleasantries with other guests. But I know better than to trust appearances. Vampires are predators, first and foremost, and even the most charming smile can mask lethal intent. My senses are sharper now, more attuned to the subtle shifts in energy around me. I feel it, the tension rippling beneath the surface, the unspoken threats lurking behind polite conversation. And then there's Damien himself, unpredictable and mercurial, like a storm waiting to break. "Relax," he murmurs, catching my eye as if sensing my unease. "You're doing fine." Fine isn't good enough, I want to snap, but I bite my tongue. Instead, I nod slightly, forcing a small smile that doesn't quite reach my eyes. His mother's warning echoes in my mind. Vampires don't refer to their property by name. Property. The word makes my stomach churn, but I remind myself why I'm here. This isn't about pride or dignity. It's about survival for both of us. As we move further into the crowd, Damien pauses to greet an older vampire with silver hair and piercing blue eyes. They exchange words I can't hear over the hum of conversation, but the tension between them is palpable. The older vampire's gaze flickers to me briefly, assessing, before returning to Damien. There's something predatory in his expression, a hunger that goes beyond mere curiosity. "You didn't tell me your pet had such spirit," the vampire says, his voice smooth and measured. Damien's arm tightens around me possessively, and for a moment I wonder if he's going to challenge the man right here in front of everyone. But instead, he laughs, the sound light and carefree, masking whatever emotion might be simmering beneath the surface. "She's full of surprises," he replies, his tone deliberately vague. The vampire raises an eyebrow, but doesn't press further. Instead, he inclines his head politely and steps back, melting into the crowd as quickly as he appeared. "What was that about?" I ask once we're out of earshot. "Nothing you need to worry about," Damien says dismissively, though his jaw is clenched ever so slightly. I open my mouth to argue, but he cuts me off with a look that brooks no argument. Fine. For now, I'll play along, but I make a mental note to stay vigilant. Later, when the night begins to wind down and the crowd thins slightly, Damien pulls me toward a secluded corner of the ballroom. The music has softened, becoming almost hypnotic, and the dim lighting casts long shadows across the walls. "You're tense," he observes, tilting his head as he studies me. "I'm surrounded by vampires," I point out dryly. He chuckles, the sound low and intimate. "Fair enough, but you're safe with me." Safe. The word feels hollow, considering everything I've seen and experienced since meeting him. Still, I nod because arguing won't change anything. "Why did you agree to this?" he asks suddenly, his tone serious for the first time all evening. "To protect you," I answer without hesitation. His expression softens, just a fraction, but it's enough to make my heart skip a beat. "You shouldn't have," he says quietly. "This world, it's dangerous. You don't belong here." "And neither do you," I counter, surprising even myself with the conviction in my voice. For a moment, he looks taken aback, but then he smiles, a real one this time, free of mockery or sarcasm. "Maybe you're right," he admits, "but it's too late for either of us now." Before I can respond, he leans in, his lips brushing against mine in a kiss that's feather-light, yet undeniably possessive. It catches me off guard, leaving me momentarily breathless. When he pulls away, his eyes are darker, filled with emotions I can't quite decipher. "Stay close," he whispers, "no matter what happens next." And just like that, the moment passes, replaced by the distant strains of music and the murmur of voices drifting through the air. Whatever connection existed between us vanishes as quickly as it came, leaving me wondering if I imagined it entirely. But one thing is certain: nothing about this night or this world is simple. And as much as I'd like to believe otherwise, I know the danger is far from over. Settle into my mind with an unshakable weight. The kind of compulsion only a vampire as old and powerful as Cromwell could enforce. I hadn't realized the full extent of what I was agreeing to until that moment, but by then it was too late. My wolf bristled under the invisible chains, restless and uneasy, but there was no breaking free. Not from this. Damon's voice cuts through my thoughts, pulling me back to the present. "Mother," he says, his tone clipped and cold, "I hardly think this is necessary." His jaw tightens, and for a fleeting second, I see the flicker of frustration in his eyes. It's subtle, almost imperceptible, but I've learned to read him over the past few days. Or at least I've tried to. Alexandra tilts her head, her perfectly coiffed hair catching the light in a way that makes her look almost ethereal. She's beautiful, in a way that's both striking and intimidating, like a marble statue brought to life. But there's something sharp beneath the surface, something calculated in the way she smiles. "Oh, darling," she purrs, her voice dripping with sweetness that doesn't quite reach her eyes. "Don't be so shy. Surely you can indulge your mother just this once." The murmurs around us grow louder, vampires exchanging glances and smirks as they watch the scene unfold. To them, this is entertainment, a spectacle. They don't care about the discomfort radiating off me in waves. They only care about the show. And Alexandra knows it. She thrives on it. I feel Damon's grip tighten slightly on my arm, his fingers pressing into my skin in a way that's meant to be reassuring, but only serves to remind me of how trapped I am. He leans down, his lips brushing against my ear. "Don't panic," he whispers, his breath warm against my skin. "I won't let her push us too far." But his words do little to calm the storm brewing inside me. Panic claws at my chest, sharp and relentless, because I know what's coming. I've seen it before tonight. Seen vampires feed openly, their slaves compliant and docile, their eyes glazed over with a mixture of fear and resignation. It's not supposed to happen to me. That's what Cromwell promised. That's what I agreed to when I accepted this mission. Yet here I am, standing in the middle of a room full of predators, one of them my supposed protector, while another pushes for a display that feels more like a violation than anything else. "Come now, Damon," Alexandra presses, her smile widening as she steps closer. Her perfume is cloying, heavy with the scent of roses and something darker, something metallic, blood perhaps. "You're always so secretive. Let us see what all the fuss is about. Is she truly as exquisite as you claim?" Her words are a dagger, sharp and deliberate, and I feel the sting of them even though they aren't directed at me. Damon stiffens beside me, his body going rigid as he straightens to his full height. For a moment, I think he might refuse, might tell her no in a way that leaves no room for argument. But then he exhales, a slow, deliberate breath, and the tension in his shoulders eases ever so slightly. "I've already fed from her tonight," he says, his voice smooth and controlled, though there's an edge to it that wasn't there before. She's barely recovered. Surely even you can understand the need for restraint. Alexandra's laugh is soft, melodic, but there's a cruel undertone to it that makes my skin crawl. Restraint, she echoes, raising a perfectly arched brow. Since when have you been one for restraint, my dear boy? You've always had such appetites. The room seems to hold its breath, the air thick with anticipation. Around us, vampires shift closer, their eyes gleaming with predatory interest. Some whisper behind gloved hands, their voices low and eager, while others simply watch, their expressions unreadable, but their intentions clear. They want blood, they want a show, and they won't be satisfied until they get it. My heart pounds in my chest, each beat reverberating through my body like a drum. I glance at Damen, searching his face for any sign of hesitation, any indication that he might actually go through with this. His expression is unreadable, his features schooled into a mask of calm indifference. But his eyes, they betray him. There's a flicker of something there, something dark and conflicted, and it sends a shiver down my spine. Please, I whisper, the word slipping out before I can stop it. My voice is barely audible, but Damen hears it. His gaze flicks to mine, and for a moment I see the conflict in his eyes. He doesn't want to do this, not really, but he's caught between duty and defiance, between pleasing his mother and protecting me. And in the end, I know which one will win. Very well, he says finally, his voice steady but devoid of emotion. He turns to me, his hand still gripping my arm, and pulls me closer. If it will satisfy you, mother, then so be it. No, I say quickly, the word escaping before I can think better of it. My voice is louder this time, firmer, and it draws a few curious glances from the vampires nearby. Damen's grip tightens again, a silent warning, but I don't care. I can't let this happen. Not here, not like this. Alexandra's smile falters for the briefest of moments, her eyes narrowing as she studies me. There's a flicker of irritation in her expression, but it's gone as quickly as it appeared, replaced by that same saccharine sweetness. Oh, darling, she says, turning her attention back to Damen. It seems your little pet has some fight in her after all. How refreshing. Damon's jaw clenches, and I can feel the tension radiating off him in waves. He leans down again, his lips close to my ear. Do not make this worse, he murmurs, his voice low and urgent. Trust me. But trust is a luxury I can't afford right now. Not with him, not with anyone. I pull my arm free from his grasp, taking a step back. The movement draws gasps from the crowd, and I can feel their eyes on me, heavy and unrelenting. Damon's expression darkens, his eyes flashing with something that looks like anger, but also, strangely, concern. Enough, he says sharply, his voice cutting through the murmurs like a blade. He steps forward, closing the distance between us, and grabs my arm again. This time, his grip is firm, unyielding. We're leaving. But Alexandra isn't done yet. She moves faster than I thought possible, her hand shooting out to grab Damon's wrist. Not so fast, she says, her voice suddenly cold, all traces of sweetness gone. You've made your choice, Damen. Now you'll honor it. For a moment, everything seems to freeze. Damen stares at his mother, his eyes blazing with a mixture of fury and something else, something I can't quite place. Then, without warning, he releases me and turns to face her fully. The tension between them is palpable, crackling in the air like electricity. Mother, he says, his voice dangerously low. You've pushed far enough. This ends now.
Alexandra's lips curve into a smirk, but there's no humor in it, only challenge. "Does it?" she asks, tilting her head. "Or are you simply afraid to show everyone just how much control you truly have over your little plaything?" The room falls silent, the weight of her words hanging heavy in the air. Damon's expression doesn't change, but I can feel the shift in him, the way his energy shifts from restrained to something far more volatile. For a moment, I think he might actually lose control, might lash out in a way that would shock everyone here, including me. But then he exhales, a slow, deliberate breath, and the tension in his body eases ever so slightly. "Fine," he says, his voice quiet but firm. "If this is what you want, then you'll have it, but not here, not like this." Alexandra's smirk widens, triumphant. "As you wish," she says, stepping back with a graceful flourish. "But don't keep us waiting too long, darling. We're all so curious." With that, she turns and walks away, her heels clicking against the marble floor as she disappears into the crowd. The other vampires follow her lead, their attention shifting elsewhere now that the confrontation has ended. But the damage has already been done. The unease lingers, thick and suffocating, and I can feel it settling into my bones. Damon doesn't say a word as he pulls me toward the exit. His grip is still firm, his movements purposeful, but there's a tension in him that wasn't there before. I don't dare speak, don't dare ask what's going to happen next. All I can do is follow, my heart pounding in my chest as we step out into the cool night air. The world outside feels impossibly vast compared to the suffocating confines of the ballroom. The stars above are bright, scattered across the sky like diamonds, but they offer little comfort. Damon stops abruptly, his hand falling away from my arm as he turns to face me. His expression is unreadable, his eyes dark and distant. "We need to leave," he says finally, his voice quiet but urgent. "Now." I nod, though my legs feel like they're made of lead. Whatever just happened back there, whatever game Alexandra is playing, it's far from over. And I have a feeling the worst is yet to come. The command lodged itself deep within my mind, forcing my wolf into a submissive retreat. My breath caught in my throat as the weight of compulsion settled over me. There was no escape. I had no choice but to obey. Even if I wanted to, I wouldn't be able to reveal my true nature to any vampire. "Did you just?" I stammered, swallowing hard. This was my first encounter with vampire compulsion, a rare and formidable ability possessed by only a select few. It seemed Cromwell was one of them. "It's for the best," he said smoothly, his tone almost apologetic. "You'll find it easier to fulfill your purpose this way." His words sent a chill down my spine, but before I could protest further, he added, "And don't worry about vampires detecting your wolf. That won't happen." Something flickered in his eyes as he reached into his jacket pocket and produced a small flask. He handed it to me without ceremony. "This potion will mask your scent entirely. You'll need to take a new dose every week, which I'll personally ensure you receive. It'll give us regular opportunities to discuss your progress." And so another secret joined the ever-growing pile I carried. Secret 1, I was still bonded to Nate. Secret 2, I was a werewolf. Secret 3, I'd made a wish, a dangerous, irreversible wish that haunted me daily. Cromwell draped a dark cloak over my head as we stepped out of the car. His grip on my hand was firm as he led me across a vast hall, up a flight of stairs,
and into a small yet exquisitely decorated sitting room. "Wait here," he instructed, before disappearing to fetch his mercurial grandson. Alone in the silence, my thoughts turned inward, heavy with guilt and confusion. I hadn't checked my phone all evening, though part of me knew exactly what awaited me when I finally did. Sure enough, seeing Nate's name among countless notifications twisted something deep inside me. Over 100 texts, endless voice messages. My fingers trembled with the urge to open them, to hear his voice, to feel connected to him again. The very thought brought tears to my eyes. How had it come to this? I felt like a traitor to my pack, hiding among vampires because of him. My life was unraveling, piece by piece, because of our bond. Yet here I sat, moved by his relentless attempts to reach me. Why am I like this? The question gnawed at me as I bit my lips so hard it bled. I'd come here to escape, but what did that even mean? Did I truly want distance from Nate, or was some part of me clinging to the hope of salvaging what remained between us? Shame surged through me, drowning my resolve. If Emma could read my mind right now, she'd despise how weak I'd become. Speaking of Emma and the rest of the pack, I scrolled through my notifications and noticed something odd. While Vivian had bombarded me with messages almost as much as Nate, neither Emma nor my alpha had reached out. Surely they knew by now that I was working for the vampires. They must hate me. I bit my lip again, harder this time, tasting fresh blood. Just then, the door swung open, revealing the silhouette of an impossibly tall man who strode into the room with an air of indifference. He collapsed onto a nearby chair, his posture casual but commanding. "Good evening," he drawled, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Whatever your name is. Though it's such grace he makes it look an art form, shall we? He's barefoot." I realize my eyes travel up his long legs, and I'm surprised to find him wearing dark sweatpants and a white t-shirt that should only accentuate the pallor of his skin, except it only makes it look all the more flawless. To be fair, this man could probably be wearing a garbage bag and still put everybody else to shame. "Come," he says, beckoning me over with a finger, but I'm too stunned to move. The thing with vampires is that they're all unfairly beautiful. What werewolves have in pure strength, they compensate for with allure, their charm being essential to lure in their prey, which explains their flawless features, graceful movements, and enthralling voices. So I was obviously expecting Cromwell's grandson to be gorgeous, but this is just... "Are you deaf?" Damen mocks, though it just feels like he gave me the world's best compliment because I'm blushing all over. I'd never seen someone so beautiful in my entire life, and I'm using all my energy not to gape. Framed with wavy black hair, his features bear a delicacy that would have felt feminine if it weren't for their sharpness, added to an eerie, apathetic blue gaze. His presence is as threatening as it is appealing, an odd, exquisite contrast, disturbing yet captivating. I'm captivated by the curve of his long eyelashes against his high cheekbones, but it's his scent that truly steals my attention. A regular human would think nothing of a vampire scent, but we werewolves can smell them for what they are, decaying bodies naturally kept alive by blood magic, and there's nothing like the lingering smell of death that sticks to them to put our wolves on edge. But Damen smells nothing of the sort. His scent is that of a forest at dawn, crisp and breathtaking, intertwined with smokier tones reminiscent of a distant campfire. He smells unexpectedly refreshing, freeing even. "I'm sorry, you were saying?" I ask, feeling myself blush furiously. I feel ridiculously underwhelming next to him. It doesn't help that he is staring at me like I'm no better than the scrape of his shoes. He gets back up and in one swift movement comes to tower over me. "I'll be sampling you," he explains, raising my chin up with his index finger, surprisingly gentle. I shiver at his touch, and not only because it is cold. "Me?" I ask, my voice just a little bit muddled. Damon's eyes are dark and pronounced blue, though there's a certain warmth to the usual cold tone. "Your blood," he explains, though I've lost track of the conversation, even more so when I feel his thumb graze my lower lip. "This will do," Damon says, drying some of the blood that had flooded my skin with his finger, slowly bringing it to his own lips. I briefly wonder if letting him drink my blood will result in a diplomatic incident between our kinds. My throat goes dry as I watch him lick his finger. It feels so intimate to see him do so. It isn't, though. Not really. But Damon's pupils dilate, and his eyes snap to my mouth upon tasting my blood. I feel locked into place. Is it? I felt particularly self-conscious as I asked Damon the question. He didn't answer right away. Instead, he hesitated briefly before lowering his mouth slowly toward mine. For the briefest moment, I wondered if he might actually kiss me. But instead the kiss, he barely grazed my lip before pulling back, leaving only the faintest touch. We weren't even properly touching, yet my pulse raced along after he had withdrawn. Our eyes met. His were unreadable. "I see you've made Chloe's acquaintance," Cromwell's voice boomed into the room. I jumped away from Damon, heat rushing to my cheeks as though we'd been caught in some forbidden act. Damon leaned back into his chair, folding his arms casually. He didn't look nearly as flustered as I must have appeared. In fact, he didn't look flustered at all. "Yep, sampled her. Don't want her," he quipped, smirking with a cocky grin directed at his grandfather. Then, with an indifferent wave of his hand toward the door, he dismissed me. "Off you go, then. Thank you, but no thank you." I was too stunned to feel the humiliation. It would hit me later. "Damon," Cromwell said, sounding only vaguely apologetic, "I don't think I've made myself clear earlier. You seem to be under the misconception that Chloe is here as a potential bride." At this, Damon frowned slightly. "Isn't she?" "Of course not," Cromwell replied firmly. "You've made it very clear on multiple occasions that you didn't want a bride. And let's not forget, you made it equally clear on every single one of those occasions that you didn't care what anyone else wanted either." Damon raised an eyebrow. "Evil, did I?" he deadpanned, making Cromwell smirk. "Overbearing," Cromwell corrected himself, glancing at me briefly. "I do hope you haven't scared Chloe away. I assured her you wouldn't drink from her." He turned to me, his tone reassuring. "Don't worry, my dear. I can assure you Damon won't be doing that again. He definitely didn't seem to enjoy tasting you, did he, Damon?" His grandson didn't reply immediately. Instead, he asked, "If she isn't here for the bridal position, then what exactly is she here for?" Cromwell clasped his hands together, excitement lighting up his face like a child's. "Oh, well, I'm glad you asked, son. Chloe here will be acting as your new bodyguard." A heavy silence fell over the room. Damon eventually broke it with genuine laughter. "That little thing?" he said, grinning, clearly convinced it was some kind of joke. "Oh, well, looks like I'm saved then. Really, I feel like I can breathe again." Seeing his grandfather's expression remain unchanged, he hesitated. "Wait, this is a joke, right?" "I'm afraid not," Cromwell replied, placing a reassuring hand on Damon's shoulder. "Trust me, Chloe has been well trained. I have complete confidence in her ability to guard you. I've already explained to you how important you are to our family, Damon. You are my heir. Your potential is our most precious gift. When I choose someone to look after you, it's with the utmost care." My face flushed. not because of Cromwell's words, but because of the weight they carried, making such an elegant impression anytime soon. Damon's grip on my arm tightened slightly, a silent reminder of the role I'm supposed to play. His mother watches us both with hawk-like precision, her lips curling into a faint smile that doesn't quite reach her eyes. "You see, Damon," she says smoothly, her voice carrying just enough weight to demand attention. "A bride should be someone who reflects your status, someone like Gemma." Gemma stands there, poised and radiant, as if she were sculpted for this exact purpose. My cheeks burn under the scrutiny, and I can feel Damon's irritation vibrating through his fingers. He leans closer to me, his voice low but laced with mockery. "Don't worry, darling. You're still my favorite toy." I force a smile, though it feels brittle, and glance at Gemma, who seems entirely unfazed by the situation. If anything, she looks expectant. Damon's mother continues, undeterred by her son's lack of enthusiasm. "Why not demonstrate your devotion?" she suggests sweetly. "A small taste would suffice." The room grows quieter, the weight of anticipation pressing down on all of us. Damon stiffens beside me, his jaw tightening. "Mother," he begins in a tone that brooks no argument. "This is hardly the time or place." "Oh, nonsense," Alexandra interrupts, her smile widening. "Everyone here understands tradition. Besides, it's only fitting that you honor your future bride in front of our guests." I swallow hard, my pulse hammering in my ears. This wasn't part of the plan. Acting as Damon's fiancé was one thing, but being paraded around like some kind of spectacle was another altogether. Damon turns to face me fully now, his expression unreadable. For a moment, I think he might refuse outright, but then his lips curve into a sly smirk. "Very well," he says, his voice carrying across the ballroom. "But let's not disappoint them, shall we?" Before I can process what's happening, Damon pulls me flush against him, his hand cradling the back of my neck. His touch is firm, yet oddly gentle, and I find myself caught in the intensity of his gaze. The crowd murmurs in approval, their excitement palpable. Damon lowers his head slowly, giving me just enough time to panic before his lips brush against my ear. "Trust me," he whispers, so softly that only I can hear. And then his fangs graze my skin. It's over before I can react, a fleeting sting followed by a strange warmth spreading through me. Damon straightens, his expression smug as he addresses the room. "There, satisfied?" The applause is immediate, though it does little to ease the tension coiling in my chest. Damon releases me, stepping back with a flourish that leaves no room for further discussion. His mother claps politely, though her eyes narrow ever so slightly. Gemma watches silently, her own smile unwavering, but there's something calculating in her gaze that makes my skin crawl. As the music resumes and the crowd disperses, Damon guides me away from the center of attention. "That could have gone worse," he remarks casually, as if putting on a show for dozens of vampires was an everyday occurrence. "Could it?" I snap, my voice trembling despite my best efforts to stay calm, "because it felt pretty terrible to me." Damon stops abruptly, turning to face me. His expression softens, just a fraction. I had to do something. Letting her dictate terms would have been far worse. "For you, maybe," I mutter, crossing my arms. "What about me? Do I even get a say in any of this?" He studies me for a long moment, his piercing gaze making it impossible to look away. "You always have a choice, Chloe," he says finally, his tone uncharacteristically serious. "But understand this.
every move we make has consequences. Trust isn't just given, it's earned. And right now, we need them to believe you're exactly where you're supposed to be. His words hang between us, heavy with meaning. I want to argue, to demand answers, but deep down, I know he's right. This charade isn't just about protecting me, it's about survival. Still, that doesn't make it any easier to stomach. You'll get used to it, Damen adds, almost teasingly, as if sensing my inner turmoil. After all, you're going to be the perfect bride. I scowl at him, but he merely chuckles, steering me toward the edge of the ballroom. The night stretches ahead of us, filled with uncertainty and danger lurking beneath the surface. But for now, I have no choice but to play along, hoping that somewhere amidst the lies and illusions, I'll find a way to hold on to who I truly am. Curtsying like that anytime soon, Damen, needs to feed Alexandra says, leading Gemma closer to him by the hand. Will you help him, please, love? Gemma inclines her head, reminding me of a delicate dove. How can a human be so poor, Beau? It would be my honor, my lady. Alexandra gives Damen a hardened stare. Well, what are you waiting for, darling? You said your bride-to-be wasn't fully recovered from your previous session just yet. Chloe won't mind, right, Chloe? It takes me a second to realize Damen's mother has finally to acknowledge my presence. Oh no, of course not, I reply, attempting not to sag my shoulders in relief. Damen takes Gemma's hand in his and makes a show of kissing it. Hello there, he pulls her. After him, and it takes me a second to remember I should probably follow. You want to watch Munchkin, Damien asks me, before winking at Gemma. She's kinky like that, he explains, making me feel oddly self-conscious. I'm sure he knows I'm only following to ensure his safety, but he's making it sound like I'm some voyeur. My awkwardness only grows when after Damien's led us into a small private living space and closed the door behind, I realize I'm going to have to witness him drink from an innocent girl. I gulp, staring furiously at the fire burning in the chimney, the small couch laid in front of it, the tall glass windows, and the creamy rug at my feet. Everywhere but at Damen or Gemma. Where would you like to drink from, my prince? Gemma asks Damien, batting her eyelashes. The girl looks perfectly composed, though her eyes betray an excitement I'm stunned to. Witness, I knew vampire brides accepted their positions willingly, but I thought it was the money that attracted them, not the prospect of actually being bitten. Wherever you like, darling, he replies, looking positively unmoved. Shall I remove my dress, then? Gemma asks coyly. I gulp loud enough that it reminds Damen of my presence. That won't be necessary, he tells the girl, amused. My bride-to-be is very possessive of me, you see. I do my best not to roll my eyes while Gemma sends me a pitying glance. Would she like to join in? She then asks, smiling invitingly. I kind of wish for the ground to swallow me whole. Damen, meanwhile, looks like the cat who ate the cream. Would you care to join us, my darling? He asks me, voice full of mock concern. It takes me far too long to realize he actually expects me to answer the question. No, thank you, I mutter, averting my gaze. Damen shrugs, sending Gemma an apologetic glance. She doesn't like to share. He tells her, taking her wrist in his hand. His fingers trace the veins that run like delicate streams under her skin. A slightly hesitant look in his eyes. Please don't hold yourself back, my prince. Gemma encourages gently, raising her wrist to Damen's lips. My breath catches when he lowers his head, his lips parting to reveal the sharp elegance of his fangs. As he is about to bite into the skin, He raises his eyes towards me, holding my gaze like he wants to make sure I'm watching the entire thing. He's probably hoping to make me feel uncomfortable, but I refuse to look away. Damen sinks his teeth into her wrist with practiced ease. Gemma gasps softly, her free hand fluttering to her chest as her eyes flutter shut. Damon's expression shifts subtly, a flicker of satisfaction, crossing his face as he begins to drink. The room feels heavier now, the air thick with unspoken tension. I force myself to focus on the fire, its warmth contrasting sharply with the coldness radiating from the scene before me. Damen seems completely absorbed in the act, his grip firm, yet gentle on Gemma's arm. She sways slightly, leaning toward him as if drawn by some invisible force. Her lips part slightly, and she lets out a soft sigh. That makes my stomach churn. This isn't just feeding anymore. It's something else, something intimate and deliberate. Damen finally releases her wrist after what feels like an eternity. His tongue darts out to clean the droplets of blood left behind before he steps back, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. Gemma blinks slowly, coming back to herself. She looks almost dazed, her cheeks flushed and her breathing uneven. "Are you all right?" he asks softly, his tone laced with feigned concern. "Of course, my prince," she murmurs, her voice breathy and faintly dreamy. "Thank you for allowing me this honor." Damen smiles indulgently, patting her hand before turning his attention back to me. His eyes gleam with mischief, as if daring me to say something about what just transpired. I cross my arms over my chest, refusing to give him the satisfaction of seeing me flustered. "Shall we go then?" he asks, gesturing toward the door without waiting for an answer. He moves past me, brushing against my shoulder lightly as he exits. The touch sends a shiver down my spine, though whether from anger or something else, I can't quite decide. Gemma follows closely behind, shooting me another one of those pitying looks before disappearing down the hallway. Damen pauses halfway down the corridor, glancing over his shoulder at me. "You coming, or are you planning to stay there all night?" he teases, his voice dripping with mockery. I glare at him briefly before hurrying after him. The walk back is silent, save for the echo of our footsteps against the marble floor. Damen hums softly under his breath, seemingly content, while I struggle to process everything that happened. When we finally reach the main hall, Damen turns to face me again, his expression unreadable. "For someone who claims not to care, you seem awfully tense," he observes, tilting his head slightly. I don't respond immediately, choosing instead to study the intricate patterns on the ceiling above us. "Why do you insist on doing things like that?" I ask, finally meeting his gaze. He raises an eyebrow, clearly amused. "Doing what? Exactly? Pretending like none of this affects you, when it clearly does." He replies smoothly, stepping closer until there's barely any space between us. I take a step back instinctively, but he matches my movement, closing the distance once more. "You think I don't notice how tense you get whenever I'm near someone else," he continues, his voice low and deliberate. "Or how you try to avoid looking at me when I feed. But here's the thing, sweetheart," he adds, leaning in even closer, his breath warm against my ear. "You're mine, whether you like it or not, and nothing's going to change that." With that, he pulls away, leaving me frozen in place as he walks off without another word. The weight of his words lingers long after he's gone, settling deep within me like a stone dropped into still water. Just the dim light playing tricks on my mind.
The room feels heavier now, charged with an energy I can't quite name. Damien stands there, his lips stained crimson, and for a moment he looks almost human in his vulnerability. But then the mask slips back into place, and he's composed once more, calm, cold, calculated. He wipes the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand, leaving a faint smear of red that makes my stomach churn. Gemma lies sprawled on the couch, her chest rising and falling in shallow breaths. She looks peaceful, like she's sleeping off a particularly potent dream. I wonder if she'll remember this when she wakes up, or if Damien has some way of erasing memories. The thought unsettles me. How many others have been here before her? How many more will follow? I shift uncomfortably where I stand, suddenly aware of how silent it is, aside from the crackling fire and Gemma's soft exhales. Damien tilts his head slightly, studying me as though he's seeing me for the first time. His gaze is piercing, unnerving, and yet I can't look away. There's something magnetic about him, something dangerous that pulls at me despite every instinct screaming to run. "You shouldn't be here," he says finally, his voice low and smooth, carrying an edge of warning. It's not an apology, nor is it an explanation. It's a statement of fact, delivered with such finality that it leaves no room for argument. And yet I feel compelled to respond. "I didn't mean to intrude," I say quickly, the words tumbling out before I can stop them. My voice sounds weaker than I'd like, betraying the unease coiling tight in my chest. I didn't know what was happening." His lips curl into a faint smirk, though it doesn't reach his eyes. "Didn't you?" he asks, taking a step closer. Each movement is deliberate, measured, as if he's testing my reaction. I force myself to stay still, even as my pulse quickens. "You were watching. You saw everything." "Yes," I admit, because there's no point in denying it. His nostrils flare slightly, and I realize too late that he can probably smell my fear, or maybe something else, something deeper, darker, that I don't want to acknowledge. "But I didn't understand." "Understand what?" he interrupts, his tone sharp now, almost impatient. "That I'm a monster? That I feed on humans to survive? Or perhaps you're wondering why she enjoyed it so much." He gestures vaguely toward Gemma, who stirs lightly but doesn't wake. "Is that what's troubling you?" "No," I lie, shaking my head. I wasn't expecting." My voice trails off as he takes another step forward, closing the distance between us until I can feel the heat radiating from his body. He towers over me, his presence overwhelming, suffocating. For a split second, I think he might bite me too, sink his teeth into my neck and drain me dry. The thought sends a shiver down my spine. Not entirely unpleasant, and I hate myself for it. Damien leans down, his face inches from mine. His eyes are hypnotic, pools of liquid darkness that seem to swallow me whole. "You're afraid," he murmurs, his breath ghosting across my skin. "But not entirely. Why is that?" "I don't know," I whisper, which isn't entirely true. Deep down, I do know. There's a part of me, a primal, animalistic part, that finds him fascinating, intoxicating even. It's not just his power or his beauty, it's the raw, unfiltered intensity of him. He's everything I've been taught to fear, and yet I can't help but be drawn to it. He studies me for a long moment, his expression unreadable. Then, without warning, he straightens and turns away, leaving me feeling strangely bereft. "Go home," he says simply, his tone dismissive. "Forget what you saw tonight." "Forget?"
I echo, incredulous. How am I supposed to do that? That's not my concern, he replies, his back to me now. He kneels beside Gemma, brushing a strand of hair from her face with surprising gentleness. Just leave, before I decide you've overstayed your welcome. The threat hangs in the air, unspoken but clear. I hesitate, torn between indignation and self-preservation. In the end, survival wins out. I take a shaky step backward, then another, until I'm near the door. Damien doesn't look at me again, his attention fully focused on the unconscious girl before him. As I slip out into the cool night air, I feel a strange mix of relief and longing. Relief that I'm free, that I've escaped whatever fate might have awaited me if I'd stayed. Longing because, against all reason, I want to go back, to watch, to understand, to feel the weight of his gaze on me once more. The streets are quiet as I walk home, the sound of my footsteps echoing in the empty darkness. My heart pounds in my chest, not from exertion, but from the memory of what I've witnessed. Damien's frown, Gemma's moans, the crimson stain on his lips, it all replays in my mind like a twisted film reel I can't turn off. And somewhere deep inside, my wolf stirs, restless and hungry, feeding off the chaos swirling within me. Simply my imagination as he wipes his mouth with the back of his hand, yet I can't help but feel fascinated by the warm pink glow of his cheeks, or the way he distractedly licks his lips. My own heart is a confusing blend of repulsion and an undeniable draw. I think there's something seriously wrong with me. Later, after I've retreated to my room for the night, or rather, a quick nap in the very early hours of the morning, I'm rudely awakened by the vibrations of my phone. Half asleep, I don't think before answering the call mechanically. "Where the are you?" Nate's voice booms across the line, making my eyes snap open in shock. I'm such an idiot. Why did I answer my phone without checking the caller ID? My heart begins to pound against my rib cage in terror. He is going to want to know where I am. He's going to want me to come back to him. He's going to... "Are you cheating on me?" Nate barks, bringing tears to my eyes. He sounds the way he does when he's about to do something awful. Something my mind always tries to bury deep within my memories after the moment has passed, because it's too painful to bear. Nate sounded like this when he'd conspired to kill my alpha and his mate, and he sounded like this in the future I'd seen when I'd made my wish. "Of course not," I tell him in the most soothing, loving tone I can manage. "How could you even ask me that? I felt your desire through our bond earlier." Nate sneers. "It was practically dripping with it. Don't lie to me. Who were you with?" A flash of Damien's blissful expression as he sank his teeth into Gemma's body flashes before my eyes. And for some reason, the next image that comes to mind is one of him biting me instead. "Baby," I tell Nate in the sultry, soothing tone I know he loves. "I was missing you, that's all. Thinking of you and what you'd do to me when we'd be together again." This seems to appease Nate, if only slightly, though the same can't be said about me, who's feeling very eager for a cold shower. "Then come home," Nate begs, practically pleading into the phone. I can't. I bite my lip in the hopes that it will shock me out of the disturbing state of arousal I've condemned myself to ever since picturing Damien's fangs sinking into my flesh. I'm on an important mission for the pack. Is that so? Nate sounds like he's smirking. He can probably feel my desire, and thankfully is attributing it to me being on the phone with him. "I have to go," I lie. There's a knock on my door. "Wait a minute, speak soon," I tell him before hanging up. I toss the phone across my room and bury my face in my hands. I'm going to have to come up with a better excuse.
In fact, I'm going to have to come up with a much better plan in general if I'm going to escape my mate for good. Hiding amongst the vampires is only delaying my problem. The future doesn't lie, and I've seen mine, one I cannot escape. I can't just reject my bond to Nate, as logic would dictate. Rejecting our bond is what always ends up dooming me. I can't ask my pack for help. I just don't see how I can. Escape my own future? It's going to take a miracle to change it. A tumult of emotions swirls within me, stress, confusion, fear, and still this troubling desire I can't seem to extinguish. My skin feels too tight around me, and I realize I need to turn. My wolf is clawing its way out, desperate for a bit of respite. I breathe in deeply to buy myself some time. Turning inside the house is too risky. Luckily, it's built on large grounds. If I retreat far enough from the main property, I can probably manage a quick transformation without being caught, just like I did at home when wanting to escape to see Nate. I jump out of my bedroom window, landing easily 3 floors down below without making any noise. Then I sprint behind the trees at the far end of the garden, grateful for the semblance of woods. It's not very big, and I won't be able to run very far, but it will do. I rid myself of my clothes, hiding them well inside a bush, and drop to my knees, bracing myself for what's to come. A turn is never pleasant. My wolf must literally crawl out from inside me, breaking my flesh and bones slowly as it does. But it is well worth it once it finally takes over. The flesh I'd shed quickly decomposes, and once it has, I let my wolf fully take command, surrendering to it as it begins to run around this small haven. Though I make sure it keeps quiet, it wouldn't do us any good if it were to howl right now. My wolf picks up on varied scents which intrigue it in their novelty, but one in particular quickly calls to it, the fresh, alluring scent of crisp dawn. My wolf is quick to chase after it. It only occurs to me too late that I've sensed it before in my human form. Deep inside a clearing, sitting on a fallen trunk with a bottle of liquor in hand, is Damen. His blue eyes immediately snap up as I approach, widening slightly as he takes in my wolf's presence. "What the?" he says, surprise quickly giving way to curiosity. "Hello there, gorgeous." Personally, I think we're doomed, but my wolf, on the other hand, is very pleased to see him. Right after my wolf encounters Damen, I'm begging it not to engage or approach, but my efforts are in vain. It finds Damen's scent much too appealing to resist, notably because it remembers the brutality he displayed earlier, drinking that girl's blood. My wolf had enjoyed recognizing another predator at work, one it admired yet didn't feel threatened by. I find it particularly idiotic on its part, but I'm not the one leading the charge at the moment. Damen is a threat. One would be a fool not to see it. The way his blue eyes remain glued to my wolf, his body still ready to attack, is proof enough of that. I wasn't expecting him to extend his wrist over to us, though, in an obvious invitation to scent and mark him. That's surprising for someone who doesn't ever interact with wolves. It's like he instinctively knows what to do, the best way to make contact. My wolf leaps at the opportunity, briefly smelling the skin before nuzzling it. It takes its time with it, too. Damen remains perfectly still, watching the scene unfold with an unreadable expression. His calm demeanor unnerves me even more than his earlier display of violence. My wolf seems content, almost entranced by his scent. There's something magnetic about him, something primal that resonates with the beast inside me. It wants to stay close, to explore further, but I fight against it, knowing full well the danger we're courting. The rational part of me screams to retreat, to put as much distance between us as possible. But my wolf refuses to listen, basking in Damien's presence like it's found something it didn't even know it was missing. I try to pull back control to remind myself of the stakes, but it's like trying to hold back a tidal wave with bare hands. My wolf growls softly, a sound that reverberates through both of us, and Damien tilts his head slightly, studying us with those piercing blue eyes. He sets the bottle of liquor aside and leans forward, his movements deliberate but unhurried. "You're quite the interesting creature," he murmurs, his voice low and smooth, carrying an undertone of amusement. "Not many wolves would dare approach me so boldly." His words send a shiver down my spine, or perhaps it's my wolf reacting. Either way, the tension in the air thickens. I expect him to lash out at any moment, to reveal the true extent of his power. But instead, he simply sits there, allowing my wolf to linger near him. It feels surreal, like stepping into a dream where the rules no longer apply. The forest around us is eerily silent, as if nature itself is holding its breath. Even the wind seems to have stilled, leaving only the faint rustle of leaves underfoot. My wolf finally steps back, though reluctantly, and I seize the opportunity to wrestle back control. The shift back to human form is agonizing, every bone and muscle screaming in protest, but I endure it, driven by sheer willpower. Once I'm fully human again, I grab my hastily discarded clothes and pull them on, feeling exposed and vulnerable. Damien watches me with an intensity that makes my chest tighten. "So," he says, his tone light but laced with curiosity, "you're one of them." "One of what?" I ask, my voice sharper than I intend. My heart pounds in my ears, each beat a reminder of how precarious the situation is. "A shifter," he replies, casually, as if discussing the weather. "I've met others like you before, though none quite as intriguing." I don't respond, unsure of what to say. Every instinct tells me to leave, to run as fast and as far as I can, but my legs feel rooted to the spot. Something about Damien commands attention, demands acknowledgement. He exudes an aura of authority mixed with danger, and despite everything, I can't deny the pull he has over me, and apparently over my wolf. "You shouldn't be here," I manage to say, my voice trembling slightly. "This isn't safe." Damien smirks, leaning back against the fallen trunk with an air of nonchalance. "Safe? Darling, safety is a luxury few can afford. Besides, your wolf didn't seem to mind my company." "That's because wolves don't always understand consequences," I snap, irritation bubbling to the surface. "They act on instinct, not reason." "Ah, but isn't that what makes them fascinating?" he counters, his smirk widening. "That raw, untamed nature. They follow their instincts without hesitation, no second guessing, no regrets." "And look where that's gotten us," I mutter under my breath, glancing around nervously. "The longer we stay here, the greater the risk of discovery. Someone could come looking for me, or worse, for him." Damien stands abruptly, brushing off imaginary dirt from his pants. "Relax," he says, catching my wary gaze. "I'm not here to cause trouble, just observing." "Observing what?" I demand, crossing my arms over my chest. "Me?" "Among other things," he admits cryptically, his expression unreadable once again. "But mostly, yes, you." His honesty disarms me, leaving me momentarily speechless. Why would someone like him take an interest in someone like me? It doesn't make sense, unless there's more to this encounter than meets the eye.
Before I can press him further, Damien takes a step closer, invading my personal space. Instinctively, I take a step back, but he closes the distance again, trapping me in his gaze. "You'll learn soon enough," he whispers, his breath warm against my ear. "Until then, keep your wolf in check. Not everyone will be as accommodating as I am." With that, he turns and walks away, disappearing into the shadows of the forest as silently as he appeared. I stand there frozen, my mind racing with questions and unease. Whatever just happened, I know one thing for certain. Damien is far more dangerous than I initially thought, and our paths are destined to cross again. Though Damon remains perfectly still during the entire process, it probably helps that he doesn't need to breathe. "Where do you come from?" he asks eventually, his body unmoving. My wolf moves away, not very far, settling by Damon's side. Apparently, he manages to keep it still better than I can. "It must be nice being a wolf," Damon observes after a while. Freeing my beast huffs in agreement. I personally wonder if that means Damon feels trapped, and if so, by what exactly? His very nature and desire for blood? His obligations to his family? Or something else entirely? "Have you ever killed?" he abruptly asks, eyes lost in space. My wolf hasn't. Not even easy prey like birds or squirrels, like most pups in the pack. It's done much worse, I remind it, Eve's face in mind. My wolf sighs in frustration and lowers its head to the ground, not sure if that's a no or a yes. "Damon, I've died before," I say. "It didn't feel nearly as bad as I thought it would, so maybe it's all right to kill. Everyone must die one day or another." I'm glad my wolf is the one in control at the moment. I don't know how I'd react if it was me Damien was saying this to. I know what death feels like, and I'd forgotten somehow, amongst all the things I had learned about him over the last few days, that perhaps the most important one was that Damon did too. "I can't believe I'm talking to a wolf," he says, closing his eyes. I can't believe it either, to be honest. In the days following my encounter with Damon in the woods, I often catch myself wondering how Damon died. How did he become a vampire? Vampirism is genetic. One either has the gene, the unlocked potential to become one, or they don't. Born human, they're reborn undead and need blood to survive, but only if death claims them too soon. So what was it that killed Damon? Some freak accident? A disease? Murder? Trailing after him in an endless string of parties and dinners, watching him flirt and mingle amongst his kind like he'd always been there, I'm tempted to assume. But the fact is, for all that I wish I did, I do not know. He enjoys getting a rise out of people, irreverence practically his middle name. And yet, he also sits quietly in the woods behind his elegant mansion in the early hours of the morning, waiting for my wolf. The more I get to know him, the less I understand him. When we're with others, he bombards me with sarcasm-induced flirting that aims to mock rather than seduce me, like he'd ever want to seduce me. When we're alone and under no obligation to perform any act of closeness, he tends to avoid me like the plague. In short, Damien doesn't trust me, and while I don't think I trust him either, there's now a kind of inexorable fascination that wasn't there before. When I look at him, I don't know what to make of it. I'm not one to pry, but I've been tasked with protecting him. The more I can find out about him, the better, surely. What if the answer to the question of who's trying to kill him lies in his past? "Your grandfather said you'd been attacked twice," I said one evening. "Could you tell me how and when?" He hesitated, his gaze flickering toward the fire crackling in the hearth. For a moment, I thought he wouldn't answer. Then, softly, almost reluctantly, he began to speak.
His voice carried the weight of memories long buried but never forgotten. "The first time," he said, "was years ago, decades really, before I came into my inheritance, before I understood what it meant to live forever. I was careless, arrogant even, thought myself untouchable because of my bloodline. Someone took advantage of that. They cornered me in an alley after a night of revelry, thinking themselves clever enough to take down someone like me." He paused, lips curving into a bitter smile. "They weren't wrong. I barely escaped with my life." "And the second?" I prompted gently, though part of me already dreaded the answer. "The second," he trailed off, staring into the flames as though searching for something within their depths. "That one was different, more calculated, less about opportunity and more about intent. Whoever it was knew exactly who I was, and they wanted me dead. Not just hurt, not just scared, dead." A shiver ran down my spine despite myself. There was something chilling about the way he said it, as though the memory still lingered fresh in his mind. Or perhaps it was the certainty in his tone, the absolute conviction that whoever had tried to kill him would try again. "Do you have any idea who it might be?" I asked finally, breaking the silence that had settled between us. He shook his head, though the motion seemed uncertain, as if even he wasn't sure whether he believed his own denial. "No," he said simply, "but whoever it is, they're patient, and they're good at hiding their tracks." The room fell silent once more, save for the steady crackle of the fire. I studied him carefully, trying to discern anything hidden beneath his composed exterior. But Damen was an enigma wrapped in shadows, and no matter how hard I looked, I couldn't unravel the truth. As the night stretched on, our interactions became a strange dance of tension and curiosity. Sometimes I caught glimpses of the man behind the mask, the vulnerability lurking beneath his sharp wit and cutting remarks. Other times, it felt as though he were deliberately pushing me away, testing my resolve, seeing how far I'd go before giving up. But I couldn't give up, not when the stakes were so high. Not when every instinct screamed that there was more to Damien than met the eye. And so I stayed, watching, waiting, hoping that one day he'd let me in, if only for a moment. Because deep down, I suspected that understanding Damien wasn't just about protecting him. It was about understanding myself, too. Every evening, we find ourselves seated together at the longest dining table imaginable, staring at each other from opposite ends. It's a forced ritual, designed to avoid raising suspicion among the staff, who are notorious for their gossip. The room itself is breathtaking, resembling more of a library than a dining hall. Towering shelves brimming with books in every color line the walls, which seem to stretch endlessly upward to meet an impossibly high ceiling. Damon rises abruptly, abandoning his seat to inspect a nearby bookshelf. He toys with a book, his mood shifting as quickly as the flicker of candlelight. "Tell me about the attacks," he says, his tone devoid of interest. I roll my eyes at his dismissive attitude, though his nickname for me, Munchkin, irks me more than usual. It's a label he knows gets under my skin, yet he persists, perhaps because it amuses him. His personality is a constant enigma, petulant and carefree during the day, but quiet, melancholic, and thoughtful when we meet in secret at night, away from prying eyes. Right now, however, he's fully embodying the persona of a brooding playboy, one he seems intent on showcasing to the world. "Worrying about your well-being is why I'm here," I remind him gently, trying to steer the conversation back to safer ground. His gaze snaps to mine, sharp and searching, and I feel an inexplicable chill run through me. There's something unnervingly perceptive about the way he looks at me, as if he can peel back layers of my soul with nothing more than his stare. "Is it?" he asks, his voice laced with challenge but not unkindness. My throat tightens under his scrutiny, and words fail me entirely. Silence stretches between us, long enough to feel unnatural. When I finally manage a faint yes, Damon doesn't relent. Instead, he continues to study me, his expression unreadable, as though waiting for some deeper truth to surface. For a fleeting moment, paranoia grips me, the impossible thought that he knows. But how could he? He suspects something, surely, but deducing the full scope of my life story from a single glance is beyond even him. "We've only known each other for a week." "You're a terrible liar," Damon remarks, his laughter devoid of humor. Panic creeps up my spine like a shadow. What if his suspicions deepen? What if he begins to see me not just as someone with secrets, but as a potential threat? The weight of my silence hangs heavily in the air, making such an outcome seem increasingly likely. "Here's the deal," Damon says, leaning forward and resting his chin on his interlaced fingers. "You tell me why you accepted my grandfather's offer, and I'll tell you how I almost died again." My mouth opens instinctively, the truth poised to tumble out. But Ian Cromwell's compulsion slams shut like an iron gate around my mind. My lips press together against my will, a reaction that doesn't escape Damon's notice. Frustration bubbles within me. Why did Ian impose this restriction? How am I supposed to earn Damon's trust if I can't even explain why I'm here? Next time I see Ian, I'll demand he reconsider. If I'm going to protect Damon effectively, I need transparency. I need his trust. And yes, I need the money too. But none of that matters if Damon starts viewing me as a liability instead of an ally. Come back to me, unbidden. He had said something about his mother that night, a fleeting mention that left me uneasy. I try to shake the thought away, focusing instead on the book in my hands, The Time Traveler's Wife. It feels oddly symbolic, though I can't quite put my finger on why. Maybe it's the idea of time slipping through one's fingers, uncontrollable and unpredictable, much like my own life has become. Damon watches me, his expression unreadable, but somehow tender. For a moment, I wonder if he knows exactly what I'm thinking. "I should go," I say abruptly, clutching the book tightly to my chest. My phone buzzes again, insistent, and this time I pull it out to check the screen. Nate's name flashes up at me, and guilt twists in my stomach. I can't ignore him forever, no matter how much I might want to, not with everything hanging in the balance. But leaving Damon now feels wrong, too, as though I'm abandoning something important before it even begins. "You don't have to rush off," Damon says smoothly, leaning against the edge of the bookshelf behind him. His casual posture does little to mask the intensity in his eyes. "Whoever it is will wait." "It's not that simple," I reply, avoiding his gaze. "Things are complicated." He raises an eyebrow, clearly amused by my vagueness. "Aren't they always?" The comment stings more than it should because there's truth in it. Life has been nothing but complications since the day I met Damon. And yet, despite everything, the danger, the secrets, the constant push and pull, I find myself drawn to him in ways I don't fully understand. It's terrifying, exhilarating, and utterly maddening all at once. "Nate?" Damon asks, glancing pointedly at my phone. His tone is light, but there's an undercurrent of something darker beneath it. Jealousy? Possessiveness? Or maybe just curiosity? With Damon, it's hard to tell. "Yes," I admit reluctantly. "It's probably about the pack. We've got—" I stop myself before revealing too much. Damon doesn't need to know every detail of my other life. Not yet, anyway. We've got stuff going on. Damon nods slowly, his lips curving into a faint smirk. Of course you do. Always so busy saving the world, aren't you? His words hit closer to home than he realizes. Saving the world, or at least trying to, is precisely what I've been doing ever since I became tangled up in his orbit. Between protecting him from whatever threats lurk in the shadows and navigating the chaos within my own circle, I feel like I'm being pulled in a dozen different directions at once. Sometimes it's hard to remember which side I'm fighting for. I'll call him later, I mutter, shoving my phone back into my pocket. Right now, I need to focus. On what? Damen challenges, tilting his head slightly. Me? There's a teasing lilt to his voice, but his eyes are serious, almost probing. It's as if he's daring me to admit that he's right, that he's become the center of my attention, whether I like it or not. And maybe he is. Maybe that's the problem. Instead of answering, I glance down at the book in my hands again. Why did you choose this one? I ask, hoping to steer the conversation onto safer ground. Out of all the books here, why this? Damen shrugs, his expression softening. I thought it suited you. Time travel, romance, a little bit of mystery. It seemed like your kind of story. And what makes you think you know me so well? I challenge, raising an eyebrow. He leans forward slightly, closing the distance between us. Maybe I don't, he admits, but I'd like to. The sincerity in his voice catches me off guard, and for a moment, I forget how to breathe. Damen has a way of doing that, of disarming me when I least expect it. Just when I think I figured him out, he says something that throws me completely off balance. Before I can respond, the sound of footsteps echoes through the room, breaking the spell. Damen straightens up, his expression shifting instantly to one of cool indifference. Whoever is approaching, he doesn't seem particularly surprised or concerned. Still, the interruption feels like a reprieve, giving me a chance to collect my thoughts. We'll finish this later, Damen says quietly, his gaze locking onto mine. It's not a question or a suggestion, it's a promise. I nod, unsure of what else to say. As much as I want to stay, to unravel the mysteries of Damen and his world, duty calls. Nate won't stop calling until I answer, and the pack needs me. They're counting on me to keep things together while everything else falls apart. As I turn to leave, Damen's voice stops me one last time. Be careful, he says, his tone unusually grave. Whoever's after me, they won't hesitate to use you to get to me. The warning sends a chill down my spine, but I force myself to smile. Don't worry about me, I reply, though the tremor in my voice betrays my confidence. I can take care of myself. Damen's expression darkens, but he doesn't argue. Instead, he gives me a small, knowing smile that makes my heart skip a beat. I know you can, he says softly, but that doesn't mean I won't worry. And with that, I walk away, the weight of his words and the book he gave me pressing heavily against my chest. Whatever happens next, one thing is certain. Damen has changed the game, and I'm not sure I'll ever be able to go back to the way things were before. Hoe you back into my ears. Maybe it's all right to kill. Everyone must die one day or another, but could he have meant that he'd have to kill another vampire to save his own life? Or perhaps another type of enemy? I hear the werewolves are pretty angry with us. Maybe they'd want revenge. I do my best to hide a frown. A werewolf going after Damien? If that is the case, it's certainly not one from my pack. This discussion is raising more questions than bringing answers. But before I can ask Damien to elaborate on anything, a butler shows a beautiful young woman into the dining room. She's draped in an elegant black dress. Damien clasps his hands together in a way that reminds me of his grandfather. My dessert is here, he announces with a wink that leaves me dumbfounded. If you'll excuse me. A silly sense of disappointment makes my heart sink as I watch him greet his guest, offering her his hand.
she's probably here to feed him. I'm shocked to realize the thought sincerely bothers me. Why does it? Because I'm worried about the girl? Disgusted at the prospect of her ending up like Gemma had that night? The memory echoes in my ears, and I grind my teeth. No, it isn't that. Though I don't even want to consider the alternative. Me, a wolf, wanting to give a vampire her blood? That's ridiculous. No, if anything, I'm simply disappointed that Damien is ditching me for some random girl. I can admit I appreciate his company sometimes, when he isn't being an ass. I'm still holding the book he gave me earlier. I guess I'll be reading this in bed tonight, while Damien is busy doing God knows what with his guest. "Unless you'd like to watch me again, Chloe," he asks suddenly from across the room. "You seem to rather enjoy it the last time." I fumble for words, cheeks burning at an alarming rate. "I didn't," I protest, though unconvincingly. But Damien's already turned back around, and I'm left staring at his back. "Maybe next time," he says, and then he exits the room. Inside the pocket of my jeans, my phone begins to ring again, twisting my heart. Can I get away with ignoring my mate again tonight? Probably not. I can't avoid him forever. The reminder makes my stomach sink. I catch myself wishing Damien would return to take my mind off it. I'd much rather tackle his problems than my own. 2 months ago, in a modest motel room on the outskirts of town, before I'd made my wish and met the Cromwells, my mate's lips traveled down my body, leaving a trail of kisses along my bare skin. I messed up again by meeting him here today, though when was the last time I did anything right? It would probably be easier if being bad didn't feel so good. Nate's hands gripping my hips grounded me in the moment, the type of fleeting moments I'm always chasing after. I just want to forget for a while, pretend we're two simple wolf shifters in love, blissfully happy like any fated pair should be. I want to escape this reality in which Nate did what he did, but it isn't possible, is it? I should never have met with him today, just like I shouldn't have the day before or the one before that. Each encounter pulls me further into a web of guilt and longing I can't untangle. Yet here I am, lying beneath him, letting his touch wash away the doubts, if only for a moment. His scent surrounds me, familiar yet foreign now, tainted by secrets neither of us dares to speak aloud. Nate pauses, his golden eyes searching mine, as though he sees straight through the walls I've built. "Why do you keep coming back if you hate yourself for it?" he murmurs, his voice low and rough with emotion. "I don't know," I whisper, because it's true. I don't know why I can't stay away. Maybe it's because, deep down, I crave the pain almost as much as I crave him. Or maybe it's because, despite everything, I still believe there's a sliver of hope for us, a chance to rewrite our story and reclaim the bond that was supposed to define us. But hope feels dangerous these days, especially when every stolen moment together ends the same way, with regret settling heavy in my chest and the knowledge that this, whatever this is, can never truly be fixed. Still, I let him kiss me again, losing myself in the warmth of his embrace until the world outside fades away entirely. For now, that's enough. I always remind myself this will be the last time, that I can't keep doing this. I shouldn't. If any member of my pack found out about us, or worse, if my alpha discovered our secret, would I be banished like Nate was? It's what I deserve. "Just relax, baby," Nate murmurs into my ear. "I've got you. I'll take care of you." I nod, tears threatening to spill. Why do I crave those words so much? Why am I like this? "You know I love you, Chloe, don't you?" he asks.
I nod again, keeping my eyes tightly shut. If I keep them closed, I can forget for a while. But when I look at him, flashes come unbidden, the reason he was banished, and suddenly my breath catches in my throat. "Tell me you love me," Nate commands as our bodies become one once more. "I love you," I whisper. He frowns and grabs me by the throat, not squeezing, but the threat is there. A shiver runs down my spine. "Now tell me you need me." "I need you," I whisper, feeling the truth behind these words, because of course I do. He's my fated mate, the one wolf I'm meant to be with forever. We're destined, and we were lucky enough to find each other when most wolves never meet their soulmates and instead choose partners out of necessity. I didn't get to choose. One day, there he was, claiming me as his. And despite everything, I love him. "You're crying," he complains through a moan, flipping me over. "I don't like seeing you cry, baby. You know that." I know he doesn't. He won't even look at me when I cry. I'd rather he didn't either. It makes it worse somehow. Nate and I met when we were both 16. I'd only just received my wolf, unlike other members of our pack who'd started turning as young as 5 or 6. Being a late bloomer and not particularly gifted was hard. In fact, I was probably the weakest wolf in our pack, though they avoided calling me an omega out of pity. Meeting your fated mate was the stuff of legends, something every wolf dreamed of but rarely experienced. When it happened to me, it felt monumental. Suddenly, I wasn't danger-prone Chloe or the Klutz anymore. I was part of a fated pair, the first in our pack to find their mates in centuries. Overnight, I went from being invisible to being special, admired by my pack mates and envied by others. Wolves from different packs visited just to meet us. It was intoxicating, and I wasn't the only one swept up in it. Nate was proud. Not only had he found his mate, but he'd also been allowed to join our pack, the most influential and powerful in the country. He fit in instantly. His bright, charming personality made him a perfect match for our ranks. Our alpha, at least our late alpha back then, trusted and appreciated him. Those days, finally valued by the other wolves and loved by my soulmate, were the happiest of my life. Then the accident with Eve happened, and everything fell apart. "Did you tell them yet?" Nate asks me now, smiling. He's still basking in the afterglow, contentment pouring through our bond, clouding my thoughts. I shake my head slightly. How could I explain this to anyone? To admit what I've done, what we've done, it would destroy everything. Eve had been like a sister to me, one of the few who truly accepted me before Nate came along. She was kind, gentle, and endlessly patient. Everyone loved her, including our alpha. That's why her death hit so hard. No one saw it coming. One moment she was alive, laughing with the rest of us during a hunt, and the next, she wasn't. It wasn't until later that whispers began to spread. Whispers about Nate, about how protective he'd been of me, how possessive, about how he'd snapped when she'd tried to intervene during one of our arguments. At first, I refused to believe it. This was Nate, my fated mate, the man who completed me. He wouldn't hurt anyone, not on purpose. But deep down, I knew. I'd seen the anger simmering beneath his charm, the way his control slipped when things didn't go his way. And when the evidence mounted, undeniable and damning, our alpha had no choice but to act. Nate was banished, cast out from the pack he'd once been so proud to call his own. But that didn't stop him from finding me, from convincing me to sneak away, to meet him in secret. At first, it was easy to justify. I missed him. I needed him. Without him, I felt incomplete, like half of me was missing.
The bond between fated mates isn't something you can turn off. It pulls at you, relentless and insistent, until you give in. So I did. Again and again I gave in. Each time I promised myself it would be the last. Each time I convinced myself that no one would ever know. But the guilt eats away at me, gnawing at the edges of my mind. What kind of person does this make me? To betray my pack? To dishonor Eve's memory? All for a wolf who killed one of our own? Still, I can't stay away. When Nate looks at me, touches me, tells me I'm his, it's like nothing else matters. For those fleeting moments, I can pretend that none of it happened, that we're still the golden couple everyone admired, that Eve is still alive, that Nate is still welcome among us. But reality always comes crashing back. "Chloe," Nate says softly, brushing a strand of hair from my face, "you're thinking too much again." I force a smile, nodding. "I'm fine." He sighs, pulling me closer. "You don't have to lie to me, baby. I know you better than anyone." And maybe he does. Maybe that's the problem. Because knowing someone so completely means seeing all their flaws, all their weaknesses. And Nate has always known exactly how to exploit mine. The worst part is, I let him. Every word, every touch, every demand, he knows exactly how to break me down and build me back up again. He knows I need him, that without him, I'm nothing. And he uses that knowledge like a weapon, keeping me tethered to him even as the weight of what we're doing threatens to crush me. Sometimes I wonder if leaving would be easier. If running far away from this pack, from this life, might set me free. But where would I go? Who would take me in? Without Nate, I'm just danger-prone Chloe again, the weakest link. Alone, I wouldn't survive. So I stay. I endure. I tell myself that loving him is worth it, that forgiving him is worth it, that somehow, someday, things will be okay. Even though deep down I know they won't. Chose this place for our meeting because it's quiet, out of the way, and unlikely to attract attention. Cromwell looks every bit the part of a seasoned hunter. His leather jacket is worn but clean, his boots scuffed from years of travel. His sharp blue eyes scan me with an intensity that makes my wolf bristle slightly under my skin. I force myself to stay calm. Things are complicated, I admit after a moment, stirring the coffee in front of me even though I haven't taken a sip yet. The pack thinks I've moved on, that I've broken the bond completely. My voice drops lower, as if saying the words too loudly might summon someone who could overhear. But they don't know about Nate. Cromwell leans back in his chair, folding his arms across his chest. He doesn't say anything immediately, letting the silence stretch between us like a taut wire. Finally, he speaks. "You're playing a dangerous game, kid. Keeping secrets from your alpha, from your entire pack?" He shakes his head slowly. "That kind of deception doesn't end well, not for anyone involved." I nod sharply, frustration bubbling up inside me. Do you think I don't know that? Every day feels like walking on eggshells. One wrong move, one slip-up, and everything falls apart. I glance around the diner, ensuring no one is paying attention to us. The last thing I need is someone recognizing me or reporting back to Harry. "And what about Nate?" Cromwell presses, his tone softer now, but still probing. "Does he understand the stakes here? Or is he just dragging you deeper into this mess?" "Nate!" I start, then pause, searching for the right words. He wants to come back, to rejoin the pack, but it's impossible, Ian. You know what he did. Challenging Harry during his weakest moment, threatening Emma.
Just saying her name makes my jaw tighten. Harry would never forgive him, not after all that. Cromwell raises an eyebrow. And how does Nate feel about that? About being permanently exiled? He says he accepts it, I reply quietly, though doubt lingers in my voice. But sometimes I wonder if he truly believes there's a chance, if he thinks time will soften Harry's stance. I sigh heavily, running a hand through my hair. It's killing him, Ian, being away from the pack, from our home. It's tearing him apart. And it's tearing me apart, too. You can't keep living like this, Cromwell says bluntly. This half-life where you're lying to everyone you care about, it'll destroy you both in the end. His words hit harder than I expect, and I look down at my hands clenched tightly around the coffee mug. What choice do I have? If I tell the truth, I lose everything. The pack, Harry's trust, maybe even my place among them. And if I don't, I trail off, unable to finish the thought. Cromwell leans forward, resting his elbows on the table. Listen to me carefully, he says, his voice low and urgent. There's always another way. Always. But you have to be willing to make sacrifices. Are you ready for that? I meet his gaze, my heart pounding. What kind of sacrifice? That depends on you, he replies cryptically. But staying in limbo isn't sustainable. Sooner or later, something's going to give. And when it does, you better be prepared to face the consequences head on. Later that night, I find myself patrolling the outskirts of the city alone. Vivian had insisted I join tonight's patrol, claiming she needed extra eyes due to the recent surge in vampire activity. Part of me wonders if she assigned me out of pity, knowing full well that I'm not cut out for combat. As an Omega, my role has always been more diplomatic than physical. Yet here I am, gripping a stake in one hand and trying to suppress the unease prickling along my spine. The streets are eerily quiet, the only sounds coming from distant traffic and the occasional rustle of leaves caught in the wind. I try to focus, reminding myself of Vivian's reassurances that most vampires aren't as strong as us, that mind control is rare, but the fear remains. Wolves may be powerful, but we're not invincible. A sudden movement catches my eye, and I freeze, my breath hitching. Shadows shift near an alleyway up ahead, and I instinctively reach for the weapon tucked into my belt. My wolf growls softly within me, urging caution. Slowly, I step forward, peering into the darkness. "Who's there?" I call out, my voice steadier than I feel. There's no response, only the faint sound of footsteps retreating further into the shadows. Against my better judgment, I follow, my senses on high alert. The alley opens into a small courtyard littered with trash bins and graffiti-covered walls. For a moment, I think I've imagined the whole thing, until I see him. A figure standing perfectly still, watching me with glowing red eyes. My stomach churns as recognition dawns. This isn't just any vampire. It's one of the older ones, the kind who preys on fear itself. "Well, well," he drawls, his voice smooth and mocking. "What do we have here? A little lost wolf wandering where she doesn't belong." I raise the stake, trying to mask my trembling hands. "Stay back," I warn, though even I can hear the uncertainty in my tone. He chuckles darkly, taking a step closer. "Oh, darling, you don't want to play hero tonight. Trust me." Another step, and I realize he's deliberately circling me, testing my resolve. "Tell me, why is a sweet little Omega like you out here all by herself? Surely your pack knows better than to send their weakest link into danger." His words sting, but I refuse to let him see my fear. "I'm not alone," I lie, hoping my bluff holds. "My pack is nearby. If you try anything..."
If I try anything, he interrupts, baring fangs that glint in the dim light, you'll be dead before they even hear your scream. Time seems to slow as he lunges toward me, faster than I can react. Instinct kicks in, and I swing the stake wildly, missing him by inches. Panic floods my veins as I stumble backward, my wolf howling in protest. Just as he closes in again, a familiar presence surges through my bond. "Nate!" I shout without thinking, desperation overriding reason. In an instant, he's there, appearing seemingly out of nowhere. His snarl echoes through the courtyard as he tackles the vampire mid-stride, sending them both crashing into a pile of crates. I watch in stunned silence as Nate fights with a ferocity I've rarely seen, his movements precise and lethal. Within moments, the vampire lies motionless on the ground, ash swirling in the air. Nate turns to me, his expression unreadable. "Are you hurt?" he asks, his voice tight with restrained emotion. I shake my head mutely, still processing what just happened. "Thank you," I manage to whisper, though gratitude feels inadequate compared to the weight of what he's done. For me, yet again. "Don't thank me," he says roughly, stepping closer until we're almost touching. "You shouldn't have been out here alone. What were you thinking?" "I wasn't," I admit, tears pricking at the corners of my eyes. "I never am I?" He cups my face gently, his thumb brushing away a stray tear. "You're stronger than you give yourself credit for," he murmurs. "But you don't have to do this alone, not anymore." For a brief moment, I allow myself to lean into his touch, to believe that maybe things could work out differently. But reality crashes back in quickly, reminding me of the impossible choices ahead. "We can't keep doing this," I whisper, pulling away reluctantly. "Eventually, someone will find out, and then we deal with it," Nate cuts in firmly. "Together. Together." The word hangs between us, fragile yet unyielding. For now, it's enough. Blank as I try to process his suggestion. Fun isn't exactly my strong suit, especially when the weight of protecting someone rests on my shoulders. Still, Cromwell's advice lingers in my mind, like the faint aroma of coffee still clinging to the air. Maybe he has a point. Damien doesn't strike me as the type to warm up to someone who takes everything too seriously. I glance at Cromwell, his expression calm but firm. He seems like the kind of person who spent years mastering the art of subtlety, always choosing his words carefully. Being fun isn't exactly my area of expertise, I admit, leaning back in the booth. The red vinyl squeaks slightly under my movement, and I can't help but notice how the diner's retro charm feels oddly comforting despite the gravity of our conversation. Cromwell chuckles softly, stirring his coffee absent-mindedly. "You don't have to be a stand-up comedian," he says. "Just loosen up a bit. Show him you're not just here because you were told to be. Damien values authenticity more than anything else." Authenticity, I repeat, letting the word roll off my tongue. It's ironic coming from someone who's been lying by omission since meeting Damien. But Cromwell's right. Damien doesn't trust easily, and if I want to gain his confidence, I need to earn it. The problem is, Damien's life seems to be a labyrinth of secrets and half-truths. Even now, sitting across from his grandfather, I can't shake the feeling that there's more to this story than either of them are letting on. Cromwell hasn't outright said it, but I can sense his unease. Whoever or whatever is targeting Damien clearly has him rattled. "Tell me about the attack," I prompt again, steering the conversation back to where it needs to go. If I'm going to protect him, I need to know what we're dealing with. Cromwell hesitates, his fingers tightening around the handle of his mug. For a moment, I think he might refuse to answer, but then he exhales deeply and begins. "It was months ago.
Damien was walking home late at night after one of his gallery openings. He's always been stubborn about not letting anyone accompany him, even though I've offered countless times. His voice carries a note of frustration, but also something deeper, a fatherly concern that transcends generations. He was attacked in an alleyway near the gallery. Nothing stolen, no clear motive, just violence for the sake of violence, or so it seemed. The wounds weren't ordinary, though. They healed faster than they should have, which only confirmed my suspicions. I nod slowly, piecing together what he's saying. Fast healing wounds could mean a number of things in my world, none of them particularly pleasant. Did he see who or what it was? Cromwell shakes his head. No, and that's part of what worries me. If this had been a random act, I could chalk it up to bad luck. But the fact that Damien survived and thrived afterward suggests whoever did this knew exactly what they were doing. And that makes me think it wasn't just some rogue element. His words send a chill down my spine. If Damien's attacker was deliberate, calculated, then this isn't just about harming him. It's about sending a message. But to whom and why? Before I can ask another question, Cromwell leans forward, lowering his voice. There's something else you should know. Damien's mother, Alexandra, has always been, let's say, overprotective. She's fiercely loyal to her son, but she also has a way of attracting trouble. People tend to either adore her or despise her, and neither reaction bodes well for Damien. I raise an eyebrow. You think she might be involved somehow? He shrugs, clearly uncomfortable with the idea. I don't want to believe it, but I'd be remiss not to consider the possibility. Her enemies are numerous, and she's never been one to shy away from making waves. If someone wanted to get to her, targeting Damien would be an effective way to do it. The thought unsettles me. Family dynamics are complicated enough without adding supernatural threats into the mix. Still, Cromwell's warning serves as a reminder that trust is a luxury neither of us can afford right now. So what's the plan? I ask finally. Do I keep playing bodyguard while you dig into Alexandra's connections, or do we confront her directly? Cromwell sighs, rubbing his temples. Neither option is ideal. Confrontation would only escalate things, and keeping you in the dark won't help either. For now, focus on gaining Damien's trust. Learn his habits, his routines. Keep him safe, but don't smother him. He hates feeling caged. Easier said than done, I think to myself. Damien strikes me as the type who thrives on independence, and having someone shadowing his every move is bound to grate on him eventually. But Cromwell's right. I need to find a balance between protection and partnership. As we finish our coffee, the diner grows quieter around us. The hum of conversation fades into the background, leaving only the occasional clink of dishes and the faint buzz of fluorescent lights overhead. It's strange how such a mundane setting can feel. The hum of conversation fades into the background, leaving only the occasional clink of dishes and the faint buzz of fluorescent lights overhead. It's strange how such a mundane setting can feel so charged with tension. I'll do my best, I assure Cromwell, rising from the booth, but I can't promise miracles. He smiles faintly, standing as well. Miracles aren't necessary, just results. With that, we part ways, each carrying the weight of our shared mission. As I step out into the cool night air, I can't help but wonder if I'm ready for what lies ahead. Protecting Damien won't be easy, not with secrets lurking in every corner and danger hiding in plain sight. But one thing is certain, failure isn't an option. Making things more fun? I ask dubiously. That's his grand plan? That I tell Damon knock-knock jokes until he learns to rely on me? Yes, he's He's quite the party animal, usually when no one's out to get him. I sigh. I'm not a big party girl myself. The last time I went clubbing, Nate had thrown a fit and attacked my friend Emma for trying to defend me. My discomfort doesn't escape Cromwell's notice. "Well, perhaps just wear shorter skirts," he says with a laugh. "He's not a complicated man, my grandson." He pauses, then adds, "You could try seducing him. I'm sure he's already attempted to flirt." I flush furiously, confused as to how a grandfather could ask me such things about his own grandson. I suppose a century-old vampire who's seen it all doesn't have the same reservations as a mortal one. But still, the vampire smiles at me. "Obviously, I'm not telling you to do anything you don't want to, my dear."
But playing along will get you a long way. Damon may not look it, but he's terribly insecure. Flatter his ego, and you'll have one foot through the door, so to speak. "You still haven't told me about the killing attempts," I redirect, feeling embarrassed that this man would suggest I seduce his grandson, and even more so because I'm seriously considering taking his advice. The first one took place 6 months ago. It was so surprising, we labeled it as a freak accident at the time. Damon was out at one of these nightclubs he enjoys, like I said, party animal. Anyway, a vampire used his compulsion power on him to try and drag him away. Damon resisted, and when he confronted the vampire, the latter attacked. Someone from my security team was quickly able to extract Damon safely. And if that had been it, we'd have thought nothing more of it.
But this is where it gets strange. When the culprit was apprehended, he convulsed and died almost immediately. We're still unsure what killed him, but at the time, we assumed the vampire who'd attacked Damon had perhaps consumed a drug that would explain his strange behavior and death. We let it go. But then, about 1 month ago, Damon was poisoned. "Poisoned?" I asked, furrowing my brows. "Yes, he complained of having a migraine, then began to convulse, similar to how his previous aggressor had before meeting his demise. Luckily, we were quick to feed him some fresh blood, and he recovered quickly. But we don't know how he ingested the poison, nor what it was, only that it seemed to have similar effects to the one which killed Damon's past aggressor." I bite my lip. "So our best lead would be to find traces of this poison?" "Indeed, though I doubt whoever's behind these attacks will try the same method again. Damon knows to drink blood from the nearest source to recover if someone attacks him, and seems to convulse once apprehended. This is where your wolf powers will come in handy. Try to see if you can identify the poison. Smell it." "Smell it?" I ask, surprised. "Yes, it could help us figure out what it's made of and thus trace its origins. It's one of the reasons I thought having a werewolf around would help." Cromwell leans back, studying me intently. His confidence in my abilities is both flattering and nerve-wracking. I've never been in a situation like this before. Sure, my heightened senses as a werewolf have helped me track prey or sense danger in the wild, but identifying poisons? That's a whole new level. Still, I nod, determined not to seem ungrateful for the trust he's placing in me. "So, what's the next step?" I ask, trying to sound more confident than I feel. "For now, keep an eye on Damon, stay close to him, gain his trust, and observe any unusual behavior around him. If another attack happens, and I fear it will, you'll need to act quickly. Use your instincts. They're sharper than you think." I swallow hard. Being responsible for someone's life feels like an enormous burden, especially when that someone is as complicated as Damon. From what Cromwell has told me, Damon isn't exactly eager to let people in. His charm might be disarming, but his walls are high. Breaking through them while keeping him safe will be no small feat. As I leave Cromwell's office, my mind races. The weight of his words settles heavily on my shoulders. Seduction? Poison?
Death lurking in the shadows? None of this feels real, yet here I am, stepping into a world far darker and more dangerous than anything I've ever known. Later that evening, I find myself standing outside Damon's apartment. The city buzzes below, oblivious to the drama unfolding above. Taking a deep breath, I knock on the door. When it swings open, Damon greets me with a smirk. "Took you long enough," he says, leaning casually against the frame. "I wasn't aware I was expected," I reply, raising an eyebrow. "Oh, please. Grandfather practically invited you himself. Don't tell me you didn't get the memo." I step inside, glancing around the sleek, modern space. It suits him. Minimalist, polished, and cold, just like his demeanor. "So, what's the deal?" he asks, pouring himself a glass of red wine. "Are you here to babysit me or something?" "Something like that," I admit, choosing honesty over pretense. He chuckles, shaking his head. "Figures. Always treating me like I can't take care of myself." "It's not about that," I say softly. "It's about making sure you stay safe." Damon freezes mid-sip, his expression unreadable. For a moment, I wonder if I've crossed a line. Then he sets the glass down and turns to face me fully. "And how exactly do you plan to do that?" "I'm here to help," I say simply, "whether you like it or not." His lips curl into a faint smile. Bold, I'll give you that. We spend the rest of the night talking, or rather, sparring verbally. Damon tests my patience at every turn, probing for weaknesses. But I hold my ground, refusing to let him push me away. By the time dawn breaks, I realize two things. First, Damon is far more guarded than I anticipated. Second, there's a flicker of curiosity in his eyes whenever he looks at me. Maybe Cromwell was right. Maybe flattery and persistence really are the keys to breaking through his defenses. Or maybe I'm just fooling myself. Either way, I'm in this now, and I won't stop until I uncover the truth. Understood the bond we shared. Still, I can't deny that his words sting, even if they're not entirely unfair. "I didn't think it was a big deal," I say quietly, avoiding his gaze. "I wasn't far, and I can take care of myself." Jake scoffs, clearly unimpressed. "Yeah, because that's worked out so well for you in the past." His tone is sharp, biting, but there's an undercurrent of something else. Worry, maybe? Though he'd never admit it. "You're not invincible, Vivian. None of us are. And with everything going on right now," he trails off, shaking his head. "Just don't pull this crap again." I nod, not trusting myself to respond without letting my frustration show. It's not like I don't understand where he's coming from. I do. The attacks have been escalating and tensions are running high. Everyone's on edge, especially Jake, who's always felt responsible for keeping the pack safe. But sometimes his protectiveness feels suffocating, like he forgets I'm capable of making my own decisions, even if they're not always the best ones. The room falls silent as Jake exhales sharply, running a hand through his hair. He looks tired, shadows lingering beneath his eyes, and I wonder how long it's been since he last slept properly. Probably not recently. None of us have had much rest lately. "Look," he says after a moment, his voice softer now. "We need to figure out what we're doing about Harry, about all of this." I glance at him, surprised by the shift in tone. For a second, I almost think he's going to apologize, but then I remember who I'm dealing with. Jake doesn't apologize, not unless he absolutely has to. Instead, he gestures toward the kitchen, where Chloe is already waiting, her arms crossed and an impatient look on her face. "She told me what happened," Chloe says as we join her. "About the witch." Her expression softens slightly, though she still looks wary. "Are you okay?" I nod again, feeling a lump rise in my throat. "Yeah, I'm fine." Chloe doesn't look convinced, but she lets it drop for now. Good, because we've got bigger problems to deal with, like whether or not we tell Harry. Jake groans, sinking into one of the chairs at the table. We can't keep putting this off, he mutters. He deserves to know. And what exactly do you think he'll do? I snap, unable to hold back anymore. Run off half-cocked and try to handle it himself? That's not helping anyone, least of all him. Better than sitting around doing nothing while things get worse, Jake fires back, his voice rising. You want to wait until it's too late, until someone gets hurt or worse? No one's saying that, Chloe interjects, stepping between us before the argument can escalate further. But Vivian's right. We can't just spring this on him without thinking it through, not when he's already got enough on his plate. Jake scowls, leaning back in his chair. So, what's the plan then? Sit here and debate it until the vampires come knocking at our door? No, I say firmly, surprising even myself with the conviction in my voice. We prepare. We gather as much information as we can, and we make sure we're ready for whatever comes next. But we don't drag Harry into this unless we absolutely have to. There's a long pause as both Jake and Chloe study me, weighing my words. Finally, Chloe nods. Okay, let's do it your way, for now. But if things change, we're telling him. Deal? Deal, I agree, ignoring the uneasy feeling settling in the pit of my stomach. Jake doesn't look happy about it, but he doesn't argue either. Instead, he pushes himself to his feet, muttering something about checking the perimeter before storming out of the room. Once he's gone, Chloe turns to me, her expression serious. You really think this is the right call? I don't know, I admit, sinking into the chair Jake just vacated. But it's the only one we've got. She sighs, pulling up a seat beside me. Just be careful, okay? This isn't just about Harry. It's about all of us. And if something happens... It won't, I interrupt, though I'm not entirely sure I believe it myself. For a while, neither of us says anything, the weight of everything hanging heavy in the air. Eventually, Chloe breaks the silence. Do you think Cromwell knows more than he's letting on? The question catches me off guard, and I stiffen slightly. What makes you say that? She shrugs. Just a feeling. The way he talks about Damien, it's like he knows something we don't. I frown, recalling my conversation with Cromwell earlier. He hadn't exactly been forthcoming, but there had been moments, subtle hints, that suggested he was holding back. Maybe, I concede, but even if he does, it's not like he's going to tell us. Unless we push him, Chloe suggests, raising an eyebrow. I shake my head. Not yet. If we start poking around too much, we might end up drawing attention to ourselves. And trust me, that's the last thing we need right now. Chloe doesn't look satisfied, but she doesn't press the issue. Instead, she changes the subject. What about the witch? Did she say anything useful? My mind flashes back to the rescue, to the fear in the witch's eyes as she begged us not to leave her behind. Not really. She was scared, terrified actually. Kept saying something about a ritual, but she wouldn't elaborate. A ritual? Chloe echoes, her brow furrowing. You think it's connected to the vampire attacks? Could be, I murmur, though the thought sends a chill down my spine. Rituals rarely mean anything good, especially when vampires are involved. Before either of us can delve deeper into the topic, the sound of footsteps interrupts us. Jake re-enters the room, his expression grim. We've got company, he announces, his voice tight. Chloe and I exchange a glance before following him to the front door. Sure enough, standing outside is none other than Damien himself, looking as smug and infuriating as ever. Well, well, he drawls, his lips curling into a smirk. Looks like I found exactly who I was looking for. "What do you want, Damien?" Jake growls, stepping forward instinctively. Damien holds up his hands in mock surrender, though his grin only widens. "Relax, wolf boy. I'm not here to cause trouble." "Then why are you here?" I demand, crossing my arms. His gaze flicks to me, and for a brief moment, the smirk falters, replaced by something colder, sharper. "Let's just say I've got some information you might find interesting. Information about your little vampire problem." The three of us tense simultaneously, exchanging wary glances. Whatever Damien's playing at, it can't be good. But given the circumstances, we don't have much choice but to hear him out. "Talk," Jake says tersely, his stance rigid. Damien chuckles, clearly enjoying the effect he's having. "Patience, pup, all in good time." And with that, he strides past us into the house, leaving us no option but to follow. I've always admired him. We're wasting time arguing. Jake takes a long breath, like he's trying to regain his composure. Every other pack I've contacted reports an increase in vampire attacks in the area, nationwide even. We need a plan. My phone buzzes in my jacket pocket. It's Nate, probably wondering why I'm not back in his motel room yet. "We have a plan," Vivian replies, crossing her arms. "We tell Harry." "Oh, right, silly me," Jake sneers. "I forgot he magically makes problems go away with the snap of his fingers." "Guys," I interrupt in a small voice, "what if we ask the witch?" Vivian's eyes snap to my face. "No, we do not ask the witch for anything. We can't trust her." I sigh and head upstairs, leaving them to make the important decisions. No one ever listens to my ideas anyway. They're never really good ones. I wish I could be more helpful. "Get some rest, Chloe," Vivian tells me as I climb the stairs. "You seem really anxious." I try to look appreciative, but her words hit a nerve. I'm only anxious because Nate is anxiously tugging at our bond, though I can't exactly explain that to her. I'm still bonded to him, subjected to his emotions as a result. Once safely hidden in my room, I jump out the window and quickly cross the garden surrounding our house to call Nate. I can't risk doing it inside. Someone might overhear. "Get your butt back here," he snaps after one ring. I wince. Apparently, this conversation isn't going to be pleasant. My throat tightens in response. We'd had such a pleasant time together earlier at the motel. I would have loved going to bed with the memory of it, untouched by another one of Nate's outbursts. "I can't make it tonight," I whisper. "Things are difficult here. The vampires are attacking more and more humans." "Who cares? It doesn't concern us." "Nate, we can't just let them harm innocent humans." "Why not? We're not the ones harming them. Why should we be responsible for the fangs?" I grit my teeth at his lack of empathy. Not only could the humans become suspicious of supernatural activity, which isn't good for us, but if the vampires are becoming increasingly aggressive, who's to say they won't attack us next? Nate is silent for a moment. "I don't like this, baby," he says, his tone softening. "I don't like being away from you. If the situation is as dangerous as you make it out to be." "I'm not in immediate danger," I protest, trying to reassure him. I hadn't meant to make him worry. I should have chosen my words more carefully. "You just said the vampires were a menace. Get over here. I want to see you, keep you safe." My heart twitches with guilt. I'm worrying him over nothing, and I can't even go to him to make him feel better. "The pack might need me," I protest weakly. "With Harry not being fully recovered yet?" Nate asks in a casual tone that I don't like one bit. I shouldn't have said that. What if he tries to attack Harry again? He promised me he wouldn't. Nate, please, I beg, my voice trembling. Don't do anything reckless. You swore you'd leave Harry alone. And I'm keeping my word, for now, he says coldly. But if you keep hiding things from me, I can't guarantee how long that'll last. The line goes dead. I stare at my phone, dread pooling in my stomach. Nate's temper has always been unpredictable, but lately it feels like a live wire waiting to snap. And with everything else going on, the vampires, the pack's growing unease, I can't afford to lose control of this situation. I return to the house through the same window I left, careful not to make a sound. The others are still downstairs, their voices muffled but tense. I can't bring myself to join them. Instead, I curl up on my bed, staring at the ceiling and trying to quiet the storm of thoughts in my mind. What if Nate's right? What if staying here puts me in more danger than I realize? But what choice do I have? This is my family, my pack. I can't abandon them, no matter how much Nate pressures me. Still, the thought of him lashing out at Harry, or worse, the entire pack, makes my chest tighten. I know Nate well enough to understand that his anger isn't something to take lightly. If he feels threatened or betrayed, there's no telling what he might do. A knock at my door startles me. I sit up quickly, wiping at my face to erase any trace of tears before calling out, "Come in." It's Vivian. She steps inside and closes the door behind her, her sharp eyes scanning me like she's searching for cracks in my armor. "You okay?" she asks, leaning against the wall. "Yeah," I lie, forcing a smile. "Just tired." She doesn't look convinced, but she lets it slide. "Listen, I know you've been under a lot of pressure lately. Between the vampires and whatever's going on with Nate, it's got to be overwhelming. But you're not alone in this, Chloe. We're all here for you." Her words are kind, but they only deepen the guilt gnawing at me. If she knew the truth, if she knew about the bond between Nate and me, about the way he pulls at my emotions and clouds my judgment, she wouldn't trust me so easily. "I appreciate that," I say quietly. "Really, I do. But sometimes it feels like everyone expects me to have all the answers, and I just don't." Vivian pushes off the wall and sits beside me on the bed. "Nobody expects you to have all the answers. Hell, most days I don't think anyone has any answers. But you're stronger than you give yourself credit for. You always find a way to hold it together when it counts." I nod, though her words feel hollow. Holding it together isn't the same as fixing things, and right now, everything feels like it's falling apart. When Vivian leaves, I lie back down, staring at the ceiling again. The weight of everything presses down on me. The vampires, the pack, Nate, the secrets I'm keeping. It's suffocating, but I don't know how to fix it. Sleep doesn't come easily that night. When it finally does, it's restless and filled with fragmented dreams of fangs and shadows closing in. Somewhere in the haze, Nate's voice echoes, low and insistent. "You belong to me." I wake with a start, my heart pounding. For a moment, I can't tell if the fear gripping me is mine or his. Either way, it's real enough to make me want to run, to somewhere far away where none of this exists. But running isn't an option, not anymore. I snap without thinking, the memory of Nate threatening to harm my alpha still fresh in my mind. Suddenly, I'm overwhelmed with shame. Being on the phone with him feels like a betrayal of my pack, of everyone I love. "I wasn't going to do anything," Nate grumbles. "Don't you trust me?" His voice is low, almost wounded, but it only tightens the knot in my stomach. "I have to go," I say quickly, cutting him off. "I told you to come here." His tone shifts, sharper now, insistent. I can't, I declare, my heart pounding wildly against my rib cage. Nausea churns in my gut as conflicting emotions crash over me. Guilt for disappointing him, fear of my pack discovering my betrayal, disgust at my own weakness. I've been torn ever since I gave in and rekindled my bond with Nate. The decision has been unraveling my mind bit by bit, its implications creeping into every corner of my thoughts. At first, I'd been so hopeful, blinded by the desperate desire to return to how things used to be, to silence the ache of separation from my mate. For a while, I found solace in being one with him again. But now I feel like I'm losing myself, spiraling into uncertainty. I just wish I knew what to do. I wish there was some way to know if I made the right choice. Hello? A voice greets me from behind. I jump, startled, and whirl around to face the speaker. Long, strawberry blonde hair frames her pale face, and her clear blue eyes lock onto mine with an unsettling intensity. It's the witch we'd rescued earlier. You? I exclaim, shock rippling through me. She smirks, casually playing with the hem of her dress. Don't look so surprised, she says lightly. You're the one who summoned me. I didn't, I protest, shaking my head. I did no such thing. Her smirk deepens, though her expression remains eerily calm. You wished for something with all your heart. Your earnestness called me here. She tilts her head slightly, offering me a cold smile. I live to serve, after all. There's no warmth in her words, no trace of genuine pleasure. If anything, she seems faintly annoyed by the obligation. You don't have to grant me a wish if you don't want to, I tell her, feeling uneasy under her piercing gaze. She raises an eyebrow, her tone sharp. You don't decide what I can or cannot do, child. I take my orders from a higher power. Her words leave me curious. Who exactly does she mean? But before I can dwell on it, she presses forward. So, what will it be? What do you wish for? I hesitate, closing my eyes as my mind races. There are so many things I could ask for, yet so many reasons why I shouldn't. Still, the witch is right. I yearn for something only she can give me. Can you tell me my future? I ask hesitantly, my voice barely above a whisper. The witch smiles, slow and knowing. Better yet, I can show you. But the future is broad and full of possibilities. I doubt you care about where you'll be dining next week. So if there's something specific you'd like to find out, I suggest you phrase it carefully when making your wish. Her advice sinks in, and I consider my words carefully. Finally, I speak. I want to know if I made the right decision rekindling my bond with my mate. I need to see if we're going to be happy. Just saying it aloud sends a jolt through me, excitement and dread colliding in equal measure. My pulse quickens, anticipation clawing at my chest. All right then, the witch says smoothly. Repeat after me. Iris, I wish. She pauses, waiting. Iris? I echo, confusion flickering across my face. That's my name, she clarifies, her tone clipped. A wave of embarrassment washes over me. Of course she knows my name. She wouldn't have appeared otherwise. Oh, I murmur, feeling foolish. She waves a hand dismissively. It's all right. People generally aren't focused on introductions when consumed by their desires. Her curt smile does little to ease my discomfort. Now repeat after me, she instructs again. Iris, I wish. I close my eyes and take a deep breath. This is it. No turning back. I'll probably regret not wishing for something better later, but I don't care. I have to know. Iris, I say firmly, I wish to see my future with Nate from now until the day we part.
It's only after the words leave my mouth that I realize something strange. She knows his name, even though I've never mentioned it. Her eyes begin to glow, an otherworldly light emanating from them as her fingers weave through the air in intricate patterns. Glowing symbols form around her, shimmering like fireflies caught in a breeze. "As you wish," she murmurs softly, her voice echoing as if spoken from a great distance. And then everything goes black. Present day, still at the diner. "Jake," I murmur under my breath, unsure how I'm going to get out of this one. He's not the last pack member I want to see right now, but it's a close call. Jake and I have what can only be described as a complicated relationship. It wasn't always like this. When I was growing up, Jake seemed larger than life. 10 years my senior, he was the future alpha everyone looked up to, including me. With his golden blonde hair, piercing blue eyes, and effortless charm, he reminded me of those heroes you'd see in movies, the kind who could walk into any room and instantly command attention. Back then, I'd turn beet red and clam up whenever he so much as glanced in my direction, a reaction that amused Harry endlessly. Harry, Jake, and Vivian formed a tight-knit trio I secretly referred to as the Holy Trinity. They were untouchable, each of them radiating confidence, talent, and beauty. Vivian, with her sharp wit and unapproachable demeanor, intimidated me the most. She had a way of making anyone feel small without saying a word. Jake, on the other hand, was different. While he didn't have much time for young wolves in training, especially ones like me who showed no signs of developing abilities, he still managed to offer a kind word or a joke when our paths crossed. But Harry was patient, encouraging, the only person I truly trusted during those awkward, lonely years. While I admired Jake and Vivian from afar, Harry became my anchor. He believed in me, even when I couldn't believe in myself. So when Jake shows up now, looking every bit as charismatic as he did back then, it stirs up old feelings of inadequacy I thought I'd left behind. "Did he send you?" I ask quietly, avoiding his gaze. Jake scoffs. "Who, the big boss? Of course not." I frown. Is Harry so angry that he doesn't even care about what happens to me? Does he not know about Nate yet? "Kid, he didn't send me because we didn't tell him about you," Jake explains, his brow furrowing slightly. "Which is why you need to come home before he figures out you're doing God knows what with the vamps. Can you imagine his reaction?" He shudders dramatically before flashing me a grin meant to disarm. To be honest, I don't really care if Harry finds out. But the thought of our formidable alpha learning that his precious protege has somehow fallen in with vampires, that would send Vivian into a tailspin. Jake interrupts himself mid-thought when he notices my expression faltering. "Hey, what's with the face, kid? I'm kidding, all right? Look, Harry's not going to like that we've let you play vampire bodyguard for a few days, but he'll understand once we explain." "It's not just for a few days," I interrupt, my voice sharper than I intend. Jake raises an eyebrow, clearly surprised by my tone. "Okay, spill it," he says, leaning back in his chair. "What exactly are you mixed up in here?" I hesitate, weighing my options. How much should I tell him? Jake may act laid back, but underneath that charming exterior lies the same fierce loyalty to the pack that defines every wolf. If he thinks I'm jeopardizing the safety of our people, there's no telling what he might do. But before I can decide, the bell above the diner door jingles, signaling someone's arrival. My stomach drops as I glance over Jake's shoulder and see Nate standing there, scanning the room until his eyes lock onto mine. For a moment, time seems to freeze. "Well, well," Jake drawls, following my gaze.
Looks like the plot thickens. Nate approaches us, his presence commanding despite his calm demeanor. His dark eyes flicker between me and Jake, assessing the situation. "Am I interrupting something?" he asks smoothly, though there's an edge to his voice that suggests he already knows the answer. "Nope," Jake replies, shooting me a pointed look, "just catching up with an old friend." "You must be Nate." The way Jake says his name makes it clear he's piecing things together. Great, now both of them are here, and neither is likely to leave until they've gotten answers. "Let's take this outside," I mutter, standing abruptly. Neither protests as I lead them out of the diner and into the cool night air. The tension between us is palpable, each step amplifying the weight of unspoken truths hanging overhead. Once we're far enough away from prying ears, Jake crosses his arms and fixes me with a serious look. "All right, kid, start talking." I glance at Nate, silently asking for permission to share what I know. He gives me a slight nod, his expression unreadable. Taking a deep breath, I begin. "There's a reason I'm working with Nate," I say slowly, choosing my words carefully. "Something bigger than just keeping him safe. There's a threat coming, one that affects all of us. Humans, wolves, vampires, none of us will be safe if we don't work together." Jake stares at me, disbelief written across his face. "You're telling me you've teamed up with a vampire because of some vague apocalypse prophecy?" "It's not vague," Nate interjects, his voice firm. "And it's not a prophecy. We have evidence, proof that something is brewing, something ancient and dangerous. Your pack isn't the only one at risk here." For a long moment, Jake doesn't respond. He rubs a hand over his face, clearly struggling to process what he's hearing. Finally, he exhales sharply. "Fine," he says, his tone resigned. "Let's say I believe you. What's the plan?" Relief washes over me, though I know this is only the beginning. Trust doesn't come easily, especially among wolves. But if Jake is willing to listen, maybe there's hope yet for all of us. Get over it, and Vivian will go back to being his perfect beta in no time. "You really think Harry will forgive me?" I asked in a small voice. "Of course he will," he says, pointing to me with a wink. "He can't stay mad at this face." When he notices my disbelief, he adds, "Look, worst case scenario, your bestie is with his mate. I'm sure she'll put in a good word." The mention of Emma makes me feel uncomfortable all over again. For a minute there, I'd been picturing myself going home with my pack, and suddenly there's nothing I'd like more. But the last image of Emma, the one I'd seen upon making my wish, I can't go home, not yet. It's too dangerous, not just for me, but for my pack. Emma especially. I won't have her be hurt because of me again. "I can't come with you, Jake," I tell him. He looks perplexed, like my words haven't reached his brain yet. "But don't do this to me, Chloe. If I don't bring you home, Harry will get mad." "Forget Harry. Viv will get mad, Chloe. She's terrifying," Jake complains, grabbing my arm. "I have to do this," I reply. "Everyone's always looking down on me. You should have seen Vivian when Cromwell offered me to work for him. She didn't believe in me at all. No one does after what I did." Jake's confident expression crumbles into an uncomfortable one. "What you did, Chloe, it wasn't." "I don't regret protecting you," I tell him. "I'd do it again. I only regret harming Evie in the process." Jake properly deflates at the word. It's like all his charm and bravado have left his body. "You should have never been in that position," he says. He's right. If I'd been better and stronger and trained more, if only my wolf had come to me earlier, but it hadn't. I was put into a difficult position because I was a failure.
I'd been faced with an impossible choice because I was a failure. I know I shouldn't have, I tell Jake, but I was. And since then, no one trusts me. I have to do this, improve our relationship with the vamps, and get Cromwell to get them to respect the Accords again. This is my chance, Jake. My chance for me to prove myself to everyone again and not be seen as some weak failure. It's also my chance at staying away from Nate, but I'm not telling Jake that. Ever. That's not... No one sees you like this, Jake protests, though I can tell my words are getting to him because deep down, he knows I'm right. I have to do it, I tell him. And then, because I can see a last drop of hesitation in his gaze, I add, "You were there that day. I did what I did for you. Now let me do this for me." Jake's shoulders sag in defeat, his expression a mixture of frustration and something else I can't quite pinpoint. "Chloe, about what happened that day." Before Jake can finish, I hear Damon's voice booming in my ears. "Chloe, you here at this diner?" I'm so stunned at hearing his voice that despite its familiarity, I don't immediately acknowledge his presence. Though it is very much him who's just arrived and is strolling toward us with an overstretched grin, dressed much too fashionably for the shabby establishment we're in. It's a casual chic kind of look, but one that feels out of place here. His tailored jacket and sleek boots seem almost mocking against the cracked vinyl booths and peeling wallpaper. "Damon," I say finally, my voice catching slightly. He slides into the booth next to Jake, his grin widening as if he's enjoying some private joke. "Didn't expect to find you lingering in a dump like this," he says, his tone teasing but not unkind. His eyes flicker between Jake and me, sharp and calculating, before settling on me. "So, what brings you two lovebirds to this fine establishment?" Jake stiffens beside me, and I can feel the tension radiating off him. "We're not," I start, but Damon cuts me off with a laugh. "Relax, I'm just messing with you. Though, honestly, this place could use a little romance." "Or maybe a fire hazard inspection?" He leans back, stretching his arms across the top of the booth like he owns the place. "Anyway, I assume you're here for more than milkshakes and greasy fries, yeah? What's the plan, Chloe?" The way he says my name sends a shiver down my spine. There's something knowing in his tone, like he already has pieces of the puzzle I've been trying so hard to keep together. "No plan," I mutter, avoiding his gaze. "Just passing through?" Damon raises an eyebrow, clearly unconvinced. "Passing through? In a town where trouble seems to follow you like a shadow? Come on, Chloe, give me a little credit." His smirk softens into something almost sympathetic. "Look, I don't know what game you're playing or why you're avoiding your pack, but you can't run forever. Sooner or later, they'll come looking for you. And trust me, when they do, it won't be pretty." His words hit too close to home. I clench my fists under the table, willing myself not to react. "I'm not running," I snap, more defensively than I intend. "I'm handling things my way." They don't trust me, Damen. None of them do. Not after... I stop myself before I say too much, but the damage is done. Damen's expression shifts, his playful demeanor fading into something sharper, more serious. "Not after what, Chloe?" he presses, leaning forward now. "After whatever happened with Evie? Is that what this is about? Because if you think disappearing is going to fix things, you're wrong." Jake shifts uncomfortably beside me, clearly torn between chiming in and staying silent. I glance at him briefly, silently pleading for him to stay out of it. This isn't his fight, it's mine. "It's not about fixing anything," I say finally, my voice low but steady.
It's about proving something to them, to myself. I need to show them I'm not the same person I was back then, that I can handle this. Damon studies me for a long moment, his dark eyes unreadable. Then, with a sigh, he sits back again, running a hand through his perfectly styled hair. All right, Chloe, have it your way. But don't say I didn't warn you when the wolves and the vamps come knocking. The weight of his words lingers long after he leaves, his exit as dramatic as his entrance. Jake exhales loudly beside me, breaking the silence. That guy gives me the creeps, he mutters. He's just persistent, I reply, though even I'm not sure I believe it. Persistent doesn't begin to cover Damon. Dangerous might be closer to the truth. So, what now? Jake asks, turning to me. You still sticking to your plan? I nod, resolve hardening inside me. Yeah, I am. I have to. And for the first time in what feels like forever, I mean it. Screams money nonetheless. What are the chances? Damon exclaims as he slides into our booth to sit next to me, or rather to glue himself to my side like he belongs there, making me blush 100 times more than I'd ever done in Jake's presence, which is something to say the least. Were you following her? Jake asks, surprised and a little wary. Damon flashes him a dazzling smile, though there's an undercurrent of tension underneath it. What makes you say that? He asks, taking a sip of my iced coffee before spitting it back out dramatically. That's gross, Chloe. Jake stares at his left arm, which had been resting on our table. Did you just spit on me? He asks Damon in disbelief. Did I? Damon replies, the picture of innocence. I sigh, pushing his shoulders to get him to leave the booth. Before things get more out of hand, let's go home, I tell him, sending Jake an apologetic glance while handing him some money to pay for my drink. He's completely harmless, I promise. Excuse me, but I happen to be threateningly charming, Damon protests, batting his eyelashes at me exaggeratedly. A real menace, I teased back without thinking, then realizing what I just said, when a pleased smile grazes Damien's lips, I scratched my throat awkwardly. If I let him see his flirting is getting to me, it's only going to encourage him, and then I don't know what will become of my poor heart. So I hurry us out, giving Jake a little wave as we pass the front door. See you soon, I tell him, hoping he'll take this as the indication it is to not follow after us. Bye, Drake. I literally just said his name was Jake, I snap at Damon. Yeah, I wasn't listening. Damien wraps his arm around my shoulder as he guides me towards his car. I'm about to climb inside the vehicle when I spot him across the street, watching me from behind a newsstand. Nate's here, and he looks absolutely furious. Right after I made my wish, the forest dissolves around me, and I find myself in a long hallway full of closed doors. Behind each one is a part of your future, Iris's voice echoes into my ear. I feel disoriented. Without a thought, I open the first door within reach, and I find myself back into Nate's motel room. He's there, holding me in his arms. Except it isn't me. It's another Chloe, a Chloe from the future. I'm looking at the scene unfold from the outside. Neither my double nor Nate seem to register my presence. It's going to be all right, baby, he sang soothingly. No, it isn't. My double sobs into his neck. Harry says, I have to choose you or the pack. My heart sinks upon hearing this. This means in the future, my alpha finds out about Nate, and just as I'd suspected, he refuses to let my mate back into the pack. You can make him change his mind. He adores you, Nate says with a strange expression on his face. My double doesn't notice. He adores Emma more, she protests. He won't let you near her. Then it's simple. We get rid of Emma. Both me and my double recoil at the words. How could you say that? I hear my voice protest. Harming Emma? Never. You hear me, Nate? Never. I gasp, stumbling backward as the vision dissolves around me. That wasn't possible. Nate would never suggest such a thing. He's kind, protective, loyal to a fault. But the look on his face in that moment, it haunts me. I shake my head, trying to clear it, but the image lingers like a stain on my mind. What does this mean? Is this really my future, or just one possibility among many? Damon's voice snaps me back to reality. You okay? He asks, genuine concern softening his usual teasing tone. His hand brushes against mine, grounding me, pulling me away from the chaos swirling inside my head. Yeah, I lie, forcing a smile. Just tired. He tilts his head, studying me, like he knows I'm not telling the whole truth, but decides against pressing further. Instead, he opens the car door for me, ushering me inside with exaggerated chivalry. Your chariot awaits, milady. Despite everything, I can't help but laugh. A small, shaky sound that feels foreign after the weight of what I've just seen. As Damon slides into the driver's seat and starts the engine, I glance out the window again, searching for any sign of Nate. But he's gone now, vanished into thin air, leaving only the echo of his fury behind. The drive home is quiet, save for the low hum of the radio filling the spaces between us. My thoughts keep circling back to the vision, the hallway, the doors, Nate's chilling words. It feels like a warning, but I don't know how to stop it. Do I even want to? Choosing between Nate and the pack seems impossible. They're both pieces of who I am, threads woven tightly into the fabric of my life. When we pull up to my house, Damon turns off the car, but makes no move to leave. You sure you're all right? He asks again, softer this time. I nod, gripping the door handle tightly. Thanks for the ride, and for everything. His lips curve into a smirk, though there's a flicker of something else in his eyes, something deeper, almost tender. Anytime, Chloe, you know that. As I step out of the car, I feel his gaze linger on me until I close the door. The night air is cool against my skin, offering a brief reprieve from the heat of my tangled emotions. Inside, the house is dark and silent, everyone already asleep. I tiptoe upstairs, slipping into my room and collapsing onto my bed fully clothed. Sleep doesn't come easily. Every time I close my eyes, I see Nate's face, hear his voice saying those words that don't belong to him. Hours pass before exhaustion finally drags me under, plunging me into dreams that are no less restless than my waking thoughts. Morning brings little relief. The sun filters through my curtains, casting golden streaks across the floor, but it does nothing to lighten the heaviness in my chest. I drag myself out of bed, shower, and dress mechanically, each movement feeling detached, like I'm watching someone else go through the motions. At breakfast, Mom gives me a concerned look. You feeling okay, sweetie? Fine, I mumble, pushing scrambled eggs around my plate. She doesn't push, but I catch her exchanging a glance with Dad. Great, now they're worried too. Just what I need. School is its own kind of torture. Jake avoids eye contact when I pass him in the hallway. Damon winks at me from across the cafeteria. And Nate isn't there at all. Not in class, not during lunch, not anywhere. A knot forms in my stomach, tightening with every passing hour. By the time the final bell rings, I can't take it anymore. I need answers. I need to talk to Nate. I find him where I knew I would, at the edge of the woods, leaning against a tree with his arms crossed. His jaw is tense, his eyes stormy.
He looks up as I approach, and for a moment, neither of us speaks. "Hey," I say finally, my voice barely above a whisper. "Hey," he echoes, his tone unreadable. I hesitate, unsure where to start. How do you explain something you barely understand yourself? I saw something about us, about the future. His expression hardens. "What did you see?" "It's not important," I rush to say, shaking my head. "What matters is I don't believe it. Whatever it was, it's not who you are. It's not who we are." For a long moment, he just stares at me, searching my face like he's trying to decipher some hidden meaning. Then, slowly, his shoulders relax. "You shouldn't have seen that," he says quietly. "It's not your burden to carry." "But it is," I insist, "because it's our future, yours and mine. And if there's even a chance it could happen, I need to know why." He sighs, running a hand through his hair. "Chloe, some things aren't meant to be changed. Some paths are set in stone." "No," I say firmly, stepping closer. "If it involves you, involves us, then it's worth fighting for. Together." His eyes soften, and for the first time all day, I see a glimmer of hope in them. He reaches out, brushing a strand of hair behind my ear. "You're stubborn, you know that." "So I've been told," I reply with a small smile. He pulls me into his arms, holding me tightly like he never wants to let go. For a moment, everything feels right again. The world fades away, leaving only the two of us. But deep down, I know the fight isn't over. The vision may have been just a glimpse of what could be, but it's a reminder of the stakes. If I want to protect both Nate and the pack, if I want to protect us, I'll have to be stronger than I've ever been. And maybe, just maybe, that strength will be enough to rewrite the future. Hands feel clammy, and my heart is pounding in my chest like it's trying to break free. I can't stop thinking about what I just saw, what I just felt. The weight of it all presses down on me, suffocating and unrelenting. Nate was there, standing across the street, his silhouette sharp against the fading light. For a moment, I thought maybe things could go back to how they used to be, but now that idea seems laughable, dangerous even. I take a shaky step forward, then another, my legs moving almost without my permission. My mind is racing with images from those futures, the ones where everything falls apart, where love turns into hatred, where trust crumbles into violence. Each vision feels sharper than the last, cutting through me with vivid clarity. And yet, here I am, still drawn to him, still unable to walk away completely. The diner sign buzzes faintly above me, its neon glow flickering as if unsure whether to stay lit or give up entirely. It mirrors how I feel right now, caught between hope and despair, clinging to something I know might destroy me. I try to focus on the present, on the warmth of the evening air and the distant hum of traffic, but it's no use. Every breath reminds me of what's coming. Nate killed me over and over again in those visions, not out of malice, not at first anyway. It started with frustration, with anger boiling over until it consumed him. Then came the accusations, the blame, the unbearable pain of rejection, not just from him, but also from myself. In every single future, I rejected our bond. Every time he snapped, he couldn't handle it. Neither could I. And Emma, poor Emma, pregnant, scared, vulnerable. She didn't deserve any of that. None of us did. But this isn't just about her or me or even Nate anymore. This is bigger than all of us. The witch said it herself. It's unavoidable.
Those words echo in my skull, relentless and cruel, unavoidable, like fate has already decided and there's nothing I can do to change it. But what if she's wrong? What if there's another way? My thoughts spiral as I lean against the brick wall of the diner, the rough surface scraping against my palms. There has to be another path, some alternative future where none of that happens, where we find peace instead of destruction. But how? How do I escape something that feels so inevitable? A car honks in the distance, pulling me momentarily out of my head. Across the street, Nate is gone now, vanished into the growing shadows. Part of me wants to chase after him, to confront him and demand answers, to scream at him for putting me in this position. But the other part, the rational part, knows better. Confrontation won't fix anything. If anything, it'll only speed up the inevitable. I close my eyes, trying to steady my breathing. The image of Emma lying unconscious on the motel floor flashes behind my eyelids, followed by the sound of my double crying out in terror as Nate choked her. Me. That was me. Dead because of him. Because of us. No, I whisper aloud, shaking my head. This isn't real yet. It doesn't have to be. But deep down, I know the truth. Those futures weren't lies. They were possibilities, probabilities even. And unless I figure out a way to break the cycle, one of them will come true. Maybe all of them will. The thought makes me sick, literally. My stomach churns, and I press a hand to my mouth, willing myself not to throw up. I need to think clearly. I need to act. But what can I possibly do? Run? Hide? Try to reason with him? None of those options feel safe or sane. As I stand there, frozen in indecision, a memory surfaces. A conversation I had with Iris before she sent me spiraling through those endless doors. She told me something important, something I didn't fully grasp at the time. "You hold the key to your own destiny," she said. Her voice was calm, almost gentle, but the words carried a weight I couldn't ignore. At the time, I dismissed it as mystical nonsense, but now it feels like the only lifeline I have. If I hold the key, then maybe, just maybe, I can unlock a different future. One where I don't reject Nate, one where he doesn't lose control. One where Emma and her baby are safe. One where I survive. But how? How do I rewrite the script when every version of it ends in tragedy? I push off the wall, pacing back and forth along the sidewalk. My shoes scuff against the cracked concrete, the sound grounding me slightly. Think, Chloe, think. There has to be a way. Something small, something subtle. A shift in perspective, an action taken differently. Anything. Then it hits me, a glimmer of possibility. In every single future I witnessed, I rejected our bond. Every single time. What if that's the key? What if rejecting the bond isn't just a reaction, but a trigger, a catalyst that sets everything else into motion? If that's true, then maybe the solution is simple. Don't reject him. Accept the bond fully, completely, without hesitation. Let him in, not just into my life, but into my soul. Trust him despite everything. Fight for him, even when it feels impossible. It sounds insane, reckless even, but what choice do I have? Rejecting him leads to death. Accepting him, well, who knows? Maybe it leads to salvation. Or maybe it leads to something worse. Maybe trusting him blindly will only hasten the end. But sitting here paralyzed by fear won't save me either. I have to choose. I have to take a chance. With newfound determination, I straighten my posture and wipe the tears from my cheeks. The sun is nearly gone now, leaving the city bathed in twilight. Shadows stretch long across the pavement, swallowing the world in shades of gray. It feels fitting somehow, like the universe is mirroring my internal struggle. I glance toward the diner's entrance, half expecting someone to emerge and tell me I'm making a mistake. No one does. Just the low hum of voices inside, muffled by glass and steel. Taking a deep breath, I turn away from the building and start walking. Toward Nate. Toward uncertainty. Toward whatever comes next. Because running won't save me. Hiding won't protect me. The only way out is through, and I'm done letting fear dictate my choices. For better or worse, I'm going to face this head on, even if it kills me. The surroundings suddenly feel scorching, the air stiffening under the weight of my terror and shame. Terror grips me at the sight of Nate standing so close, as though he's mere inches away from striding over to drag me away from Damon's side. But shame coils within me too, a quiet acknowledgement of how his presence still pulls at me despite everything. The familiarity of his gaze acts like a beacon, drawing me in even as contradictory impulses tear me apart. I'm torn, unable to decide what to do. Looking at Nate feels like staring death in the face. Oh God, and Jake is still inside the diner. If Nate comes any closer, it's only a matter of time before Jake sees him. How long would it take for Jake to realize we're still bonded? How long before I'm cast out of my pack? It's a terrible prospect, but still better than the alternative. Emma coming to my rescue and paying for it with her life. What am I going to do? How can I make him leave? Maybe if we hurry, Damon can drive us away fast enough. Oh no, Damon suddenly sighs, making me jump. He must have spotted something or someone, but no, he doesn't know Nate. Even if he did see him, Damen wouldn't think twice about it. What is it? I ask, trying to sound casual. I forgot my wallet inside the diner, Damen says, putting on an exaggerated show of searching his empty pockets. My gaze darts back to Nate, who looks seconds away from crossing the street. The stress threatens to consume me whole. I adore this wallet, Damen groans dramatically. It's one of a kind. My attention snaps back to him, though my mind is racing. I can't believe I just left it there, Damen insists, probably right next to your friend Jake, who really doesn't like me. How will I ever get it back? Shall I go and get it for you? I ask, disbelief creeping into my voice. Damen gives me a bright smile. That would be great. I nod, feeling dazed and incapable of forming a coherent protest. Nate is right there. He could approach at any moment. Is this how it ends? Is he going to kill me here? I had imagined laughing with Emma one last time, maybe receiving one of those paternal talks from Harry, or at least stealing one final kiss. What am I thinking? Pushing the thoughts aside, I head back inside the diner, my heart pounding with the hope that Nate doesn't follow me in where Jake might see him. I find Jake still seated in our booth, scrolling through his phone. Without a word, he hands me Damen's wallet, which he must have picked up after we left. Consider it a favor, Jake declares flatly. Fair, I reply, taking the wallet and turning back toward the door. Each step feels heavier than the last as I walk back outside, the weight of dread pressing down on me. This is the most uncomfortable walk of my life. Death seems to breathe down my neck, its shadow looming over me. My wallet, Damen exclaims, grabbing the leather accessory with childlike glee. I barely acknowledge him, frozen in shock as my eyes lock onto the space across the street by the lamppost. Nate was there, wasn't he? Did you see? I began, licking my lips nervously as I glance around. See what? Damen asks, already climbing into his car. I look back inside the diner, scanning the area one last time, but there's no sign of Nate. Never mind, I mutter, feeling a strange mix of relief and unease. It's not like Nate to abandon a confrontation so easily. Why did he leave now? Could it mean he's planning something? The morning after, I wake up with the memory of Nate's piercing gaze still haunting me. The sunlight streaming through the window does little to dispel the lingering sense of dread. Was it all just a figment of my imagination? No, Nate was real. I felt his presence, saw him with my own eyes. His sudden disappearance only adds to the mystery. Did he truly give up, or was it a calculated move designed to unnerve me further? Either way, I can't shake the feeling that this isn't over. Not by a long shot. I try to focus on the day ahead, pushing thoughts of Nate to the back of my mind. Yet every mundane task feels overshadowed by the looming threat of his return. Something about his demeanor yesterday, the cold certainty in his stance, tells me he won't let this go quietly. Whatever his intentions, they're far from benign.
And as much as I want to believe otherwise, I know I'll have to face him again sooner or later. For now, I force myself to keep moving forward, clinging to the fragile hope that I'll find a way out before it's too late. Met Damen. I opened my eyes to a lavish cream-colored bedroom I didn't recognize. The sun filtered softly through the curtains, and the ceiling above me was adorned with intricate golden moldings. My gaze trailed around in confusion until a pleasant, fresh scent filled my nose, making me smile softly. "Morning, wifey," a voice said, startling me. A yelp escaped my lips as I shot into a seated position, staring in shock. Damen was lying beside me on the bed, fully dressed and propped up by a couple of pillows. He smirked sarcastically, arms crossed. "What are you doing here?" I exclaimed, briefly worrying something might have happened before realizing we were both fully clothed, making anything untoward unlikely. Of course, nothing had happened. "Testing your reflexes, which suck, by the way," Damen said, wiggling his eyebrows. "I've been here a good hour, and you haven't even stirred." "I was tired," I explained lamely, trying to cover my upper body with a pillow. Damen rolled his eyes. "Well, I don't know how you're planning to keep me alive in your condition," he said, inspecting his nails. "Looks to me like you need a vacation. Or am I the vacation?" He said it lightly, but I could tell he was gathering information. "I'm sure I don't look it, but I can protect you," I assured him, surprised at how resolute I felt. I hadn't come here because I wanted to look after him. My goal had been to escape Nate. But since meeting Damen, I'd been growing more determined to take my job seriously. His grandfather had entrusted me with Damen's security, and no one had entrusted me with anything in years, if ever. I didn't want to disappoint Ian Cromwell. "Look," Damen said lightly, "you don't have to do this, all right? And before you protest, whatever made you desperate enough to accept my grandfather's offer, I'll help you deal with it. Then you can be on your merry way." His gaze was surprisingly kind, and he sounded sincere. I was speechless. Was this guy I just met really offering to help me? He was a vampire, and pretty much royalty among his kind. Didn't he have anything better to do? What was his game here? "Come on," Damen joked, opening his arms to me. "Tell Uncle Damen what's wrong." My lips twitched involuntarily. "Was that an almost smile?" Damen asked, pointing to my lips. "Wow, didn't think you had it in you. You seem to live in a perpetual state of anguish." "I do not," I protested, embarrassed at being so obvious to someone who didn't seem the type to bother reading people. That meant I must be an open book if Beeman Cromwell could read me so easily. "You're like a rabbit caught in the headlights."
What are you going to do when the car comes crashing down on you, huh? Stare? I pursed my lips. He wasn't trying to be kind. He just hoped to get rid of me because he didn't think I could help. And I couldn't blame him for having a sense of self-preservation. Someone was out to kill him, and he probably didn't feel safe despite all his carefree bravado. I had to reassure him.
I swear on my life that I— Don't, Damon interrupted, his tone sharp now. Don't make promises you can't keep. You're human, mortal, breakable. I don't need you throwing your life away because my grandfather guilted you into this. But I want to help, I insisted, surprising myself with how fiercely I meant it. Damon studied me, his expression unreadable. Finally, he sighed. Fine, but don't say I didn't warn you. If you're sticking around, you'll need to toughen up. Fast. He stood, brushing imaginary lint off his shirt. Get dressed. We're leaving in 30 minutes. For where? I asked, scrambling out of bed. Does it matter? Just be ready. With that, he turned and walked out of the room, leaving me alone to process everything.
As I got ready, I couldn't shake the feeling that Damon wasn't being entirely honest about why he was helping me, or why he seemed so determined to push me away. Still, I resolved to prove him wrong. I might not have superhuman strength or centuries of experience, but I had something else, determination. And maybe, just maybe, that would be enough. I assure him, taking his hand in mine and giving it a reassuring squeeze. He freezes, eyes wide. Damien looks at me as though I've just broken him. Why is he staring like that? Is there something wrong with my face? Shocked isn't the right word to describe his expression. Touched, maybe. But by what? Surely not by what I said. He should be used to people serving him, shouldn't he? I'm about to say something else when Damien suddenly moves away so abruptly, it's as if he's been burned.
In one swift motion, he gets up from the bed. It's your funeral, I guess, he says, throwing me a brief glance over his shoulder. But remember, my offer still stands. You don't have to stay here. I can make all your problems disappear, Chloe. All you have to do is ask. I don't have any problems, I reply, though the lie feels harder than ever before. Why does lying feel so difficult now? I barely know this man. There's no reason I should trust him, regardless of how attractive he may be. In fact, his attractiveness should probably make me wary. Vampires lure their prey with charm and beauty, that much I know. Could Damien Cromwell be trying to ensnare me? He leaves the room without another word, and the next time I see him, he acts as though our entire conversation never happened. The present day finds us leaving the diner after dinner. I expect Damien to drive us straight back to the Cromwell residence, but instead, he heads out of the city. We wind through dense woods until we reach a coastal road leading northward. I'm not sure where we're going, but judging by the direction, we'll likely be late for dinner with his grandfather, an event where Damien's mother will also be present. The plan is for her to meet me, or rather approve of me, ensuring she doesn't sabotage this fake engagement somehow. Forget it, Damien says abruptly. She'll never approve of you. She hates everything I like. So you do like me, I tease, smiling despite myself. It pleases me more than it should, even if his affection resembles how one might feel toward an old familiar pair of slippers. Still, hearing it feels nice. Damien glances at me sideways, his gaze warm enough to leave me blushing. I brace myself for a sarcastic remark or flirtatious quip, but surprisingly, he stays silent for a moment. Then, after a pause, he asks, "Have you started reading the book I recommended?" "Yes," I reply enthusiastically, "but I'm not sure if I like it yet. I have this feeling the hero is going to die in the end." Damien grins, though it lacks genuine happiness. Well then, hopefully it won't stick. His car comes to a stop in front of an imposing iron gate,
guarding what appears to be a sprawling property hidden deep in the wilderness. Damien rings the intercom, announces his arrival, and drives up a long uphill driveway flanked by towering trees. Through the darkness, I catch glimpses of a grand house looming ahead. "This place looks like it belongs in a horror movie," I remark lightly, though I feel no unease. My wolfish instincts are oddly comforted by the isolation, the vast grounds surrounded by forest, far removed from the chaos of the city. The scene nearby waits for me in the car. Damien requests I won't be long. I frown, shaking my head. "No, I'm coming with you." His tone is firm as he replies, "I can't leave you alone, Chloe. This house belongs to me. Everyone inside works for me. I'll be fine. I'll be back in 10 minutes. Reluctantly, I nod, watching him turn and walk out the door, greeted by 2 men in uniform who incline their heads respectfully before disappearing into the mansion. I shift nervously in my seat. Something about this feels wrong. I'm supposed to be looking after him. It's strange that he wants to go in there alone. He must be up to something. The question is whether this something will put him in danger. Unable to sit still, I exit the car and begin circling the house, trying to catch a glimpse of Damien inside. There are several grand but sparsely lit rooms, occasionally occupied by staff members, but no sign of him. I strain to hear his voice from where I stand. "We'll get through tonight," his voice echoes faintly from somewhere upstairs. My gaze shoots upward toward the upper floor. A balcony catches my eye. It seems possible to jump onto it and climb the walls. To my surprise, reaching the second level proves easier than expected. Though I'm a wolf, agility isn't typically my strong suit. Crouching by the window pane, I peer cautiously inside. Damien stands in a lavish bedroom with a young woman whose face remains obscured, her back facing me. She wears an elegant yet immodest red silk robe. "I'm so tired of staying here," she complains. "When are we going to be able to leave?" Damien pulls her into his arms, holding her with unexpected tenderness. "Soon," he promises. "I'm working on it." A misstep causes my foot to slip, drawing Damien's attention instantly. His gaze snaps toward the window, forcing me to retreat hastily, embarrassed at having intruded on what was clearly a private moment. Heart pounding, I hurry back to the car, moving as discreetly as possible. Who was this girl? A girlfriend? If so, why hadn't he mentioned her? Is she being hidden in this house? She wanted to leave, and he assured her it would happen. But when? And most importantly, why does my throat feel so tight? Damien and I aren't really together. I know that. This is ridiculous. I'm such an idiot. My mind races while I wait for him to return, abandoning any further attempts to follow him more closely. Assuming he'd been right about his safety inside the house proves to be a grave error. After another 10 minutes, Damien finally emerges, distractedly scrolling through his phone. I study his expression, searching for clues about the girl, though logically his features won't provide answers. Lost in thought, I fail to notice 2 figures emerging abruptly from the trees until it's too late. One of them grabs Damien, the other plunging a syringe into his arm. Whatever substance it contains can't possibly be good. It takes me far too long to react, leaping from the car with adrenaline coursing through me. Leaping out of the car, I sprinted toward them with every ounce of strength I had. My heart pounded in my chest as adrenaline surged through my veins. But it was too late. They had already thrown Damon into a vehicle concealed among the trees, its presence cleverly masked by the dense foliage. I came to an abrupt halt, my legs trembling as I watched the scene unfold in front of me. The engine roared to life, and the tires screeched against the uneven ground as they sped away, disappearing into the distance. I stood frozen, my breaths coming in ragged gasps,
the weight of helplessness settling heavily on my shoulders. My eyes burned as I stared at the empty road where they had vanished, taking Damen with them. Every second felt like an eternity, each moment stretching longer than the last as the reality of what just happened sank in. No matter how fast I had run or how hard I had tried, it hadn't been enough. I clenched my fists, nails digging into my palms, frustration and fear coursing through me in equal measure. The forest around me seemed eerily silent now, as if even nature itself was holding its breath. The faint rustle of leaves in the breeze did little to ease the tension gripping my body. My mind raced with questions. Where were they taking him? What did they want from him? And most importantly, how could I possibly find him? The enormity of the situation pressed down on me, threatening to overwhelm everything else. Forcing myself to move, I turned back toward the car, my steps slow and heavy. Each movement felt mechanical, as though my body was operating on autopilot while my thoughts spiraled uncontrollably. Reaching the driver's side, I hesitated for a moment before sliding behind the wheel. My hands gripped the steering wheel tightly, knuckles white against the lever. The keys still dangled from the ignition, but starting the engine felt like an impossible task. How could I drive when I didn't even know where to go? Taking a deep breath, I closed my eyes and tried to steady myself. Panic wouldn't solve anything. Not now, not when Damen needed me more than ever. I replayed the events in my mind, searching for any detail that might offer a clue. The vehicle they used, it had been dark-colored, maybe black or navy blue. There had been 2 of them, both wearing nondescript clothing that made identification nearly impossible. One had been taller, his build lean but strong, while the other had moved with calculated precision, exuding confidence and control. Their faces remained frustratingly blurry, obscured by shadows and the chaos of the moment. Opening my eyes again, I scanned the area one last time, hoping for something, anything that might give me direction. The ground showed signs of their hasty departure. Tire tracks cutting through the dirt, broken twigs scattered near the edge of the tree line, and faint footprints leading deeper into the woods. It wasn't much, but it was something. I grabbed my phone from the passenger seat, snapping pictures of the tracks and marks before they could be erased by time or weather. Every piece of evidence mattered, no matter how small. As I finally started the car, resolve began to replace despair. Sitting here wouldn't bring Damen back. Action would. I needed to retrace their path, follow the trail they left behind, and figure out who these people were. Whoever they were, they clearly knew what they were doing, which meant I had to be smarter, faster, and more determined than ever before. This wasn't just about finding Damen anymore. It was about ensuring neither of us ended up trapped in whatever nightmare they had planned. With renewed determination, I shifted the car into gear and accelerated down the narrow road. The landscape blurred past my window as I drove, my focus laser-sharp despite the storm raging inside me. Somewhere out there, Damen was counting on me to find him, and no matter what obstacles lay ahead, I refused to let him down. Thank you for joining me on this journey so far. If you'd like to continue following the story, click the thumbnail on your screen to watch the next part. Your support means the world to creators like me, so please consider leaving a like and subscribing if you're enjoying the tale. Together, we can uncover what happens next.